Hello guys, anybody checking this out later on? If you're coming in at the very beginning. Oh, volume was on my PC there. Baytman had just mentioned about sitting down and having a talk. So I'm more than willing to have an open conversation, and a relaxed open conversation, by the way. Because generally, Baytman and I have always had relaxed conversations about the whole situation with the M82 Cerberus. And with all the discussions that have been happening with this gun so far, the comparisons to the DMR glitch, whatever it might be, I'd love to clear the air and get all this behind us, like nothing else. I would really enjoy that. I can even, actually, you know what I should do? Actually, is make the group private by invite only, so nobody else can jump in with us. And I'll send another invite to Baytman. This isn't a hatchet, by the way. If you're watching this expecting to see an explosion, you're going to be disappointed. This is simply a discussion. I am more than willing to sit down and have a discussion about it. And he had mentioned something in one of his comments on one of my recent videos about talking about it. So I thought, why not? Let's do it. But maybe let's do it on chat. Let's stream it live. No closed doors, nothing behind closed doors. We've tried that before, and I guess I got a little bit misconstrued. So let's make it simple, man. I'm here. I'm willing to talk about it. And then some. I'm sure chat might get blown up by somebody somewhere, but I'm not going to worry about it for that for the most part. I've been debating for a long time. So I am more than happy to sit down and have this conversation. Baytman, if you're listening, I sent you an invite, bud. You mentioned that you wanted to chat, clear the air. I'm sorry, I missed what your exact words were. I'm getting blown up by comments from Evie, so it's a little bit tough. But if you'd like to sit and clear the air about this whole discussion, let's do it, man. Fire it up. You're gonna throw up two chat. You wanted to have a discussion about this. I didn't say no to Rob about not ending this. This whole part. Now I'm having a discussion with you typing. You can't even jump into a chat to have a discussion. It's simple, dude. We're two grown men. It's no big deal. I'm not mad. You sound mad, but I don't think you really are. I can't imagine you would be. I didn't say no to Rob. Rob asked me to well, I'm not going to repeat what Rob asked me to, because to do that was between him and I, but to do something much more subtle. It wasn't a matter of ending this. It was a matter of doing something else. What most people have been asking me to do is just block Evie off this channel. And it's not something that I've done. It's not something I've planned on doing. I'm not a big believer in blocking people off channels. If she has an opinion, okay, great. She's a little heavy-handed when she expresses it, but no big deal. Go for it. I wish it could be a more controlled situation, but this isn't anything hostile, Rob or Baytman. I'm just here to chat. You don't even want to have a conversation, though. That's it. One text, and then that's it. It just saves us a lot of typing and responses back and forth. Aren't you getting tired of typing responses back and forth? I know I am. And last time we spoke, I didn't even think we were. I thought we were pretty much on the same page. Not exactly the same page, obviously, but within reason. I mean, if we're not going to talk about it, I mean, I can talk about it. I didn't say no to you about not ending this, and I didn't say no to Rob about not ending this. But your solutions to ending this, both of you, were for me to just block Evie, and for all of us to just block Evie. I don't think that's a viable solution. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes more sense to just sit down and talk about it. You know, we're all players in the game. We're all part of the community. There's information I found from some of your videos, which I've passed on to Ubisoft, by the way. I put the post up telling them that all of their guns are showing 500 damage when you put hot rounds in them. All the sniper rifles are. You found that out, not me. You and Evie found that out, which I appreciate, because now we can pass that on to them to try to find out what's broken with it. I'm all about trying to fix broken stuff, but there are reasons that certain weapons do more damage than others. You have definitely compared this Cerberus gun to the DMR glitch. And the video that I posted today certainly shows that there's a big difference in damage that's possible with this gun compared to the DMR gun, the DMR glitch gun. So to make that comparison is tough. If you want to just come out and say that it's your opinion this gun is overpowered, I get it, man. It's okay. It's your opinion. I mean, I still think that you're giving up something by using this gun. Because if you were to switch out this gun for this TAC 50, for instance, with this TAC 50, I pick up extra 30% handling and mobility. Plus, out of the box, that TAC 50 is more stable. It's going to do less damage, without a doubt. But it's going to be much easier to land your shots. Rob can't join because he's got... I made it private, but I'll send Rob an invite too. Thank you for that, by the way, Evie. Let me try to find him. Maybe he's online already. There he is. Excuse me. got a bit of the cough today, guys. So if you hear me keep hitting the mute button, that's all it is. Okay. Thank you, Evie. Yeah, absolutely. That only makes sense. I don't know if it's on purpose or not, bud, but you're muted.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Ro.
What's going on, man?
Thanks for jumping in, bud. Nothing, man.
Oh, no
Just,
problem.
uh,
Just sitting out here in the dark in the rain?
yeah, I know, right? It's kind of peaceful, though. It's like having a rain machine, you know? Don't you like
Well, it's
this?
cold and rainy here, so I'm getting
No,
plenty of it.
we had a little bit of
And when I
snow.
say when I say cold and rainy, it's like 60
Yeah,
and raining, so
that doesn't count.
it's all relative.
We just got had a new northeaster come through, so we got
Yeah.
lucky where I'm at. It just barely hit us, but just north, apparently, New York. So I guess they got hit pretty hard.
I think Nate said no, it was Mike. Mike sent me some pictures of where he's at in wherever he is in New York,
Yeah,
and it looked like a lot of snow.
they were
I don't know
supposed to
exactly
be.
where he is though, so
Yeah, they're supposed to be like I thought 14 to 24 inches. I heard up closer to New York. I don't know.
I don't know. We got 0 inches.
Yeah, no.
We get rain.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, it
Sure,
has
yeah.
snowed here before, but it doesn't. It's not a regular thing for us by any stretch of the imagination.
I lived in Florida for 10 years. I was used to it not snowing. When it snows up here, it's kind of weird. It's still an adjustment.
Yeah.
I'd have thrown you in the title of the chat video too, but because obviously we're live, but I didn't know you were coming along too.
Well, I didn't know I was coming along. I just
Oh,
was
it was a surprise.
messaged and said, well, I was just messaged and said, hey, what are you doing? Come join us. And then I saw an invite from you.
Well then, hold let me let you know ahead of time. This is live. I'm live streaming it.
Okay.
Bateman's going to jump in and he's going to live stream it as well.
Okay.
So, well, it's a discussion, just to have an open, easy-going discussion like we've had in the past. But I know that you're not, you know, you're not typically bothered with the little stuff. You just kind of play the game. So,
Well, I mean, I think by saying I'm not bothered by little stuff, I mean, I don't know what you're referring to there. So
no, I'm not saying like
what
drama.
I'll say is
You avoid drama, basically. You don't start drama. You don't get in the middle of drama for the most part. It's not. I don't think I've ever seen you push in that direction.
I try not to be in the drama.
Yes.
I try not. It doesn't mean I'm successful always, but I try.
I try to avoid it as well, but sometimes it's unavoidable. And my entire reason for doing this too, by the way, live on stream, is just so that it's crystal clear. I mean, I don't know where Bateman must still be setting up, but because I've had some accusations thrown at me that were crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even know this, but the power
I'll be honest,
have is amazing.
I think that the whole situation is pretty crazy. I mean, we're grown-ass people, and we're fighting like we're in junior. Well, not we. And there's bickering like junior high school, and it's really silly. You know, we're leaders of a community, whether we want to be or not. You know, I don't know if people respect me as for my contributions to the game, or what I make up are my contributions to the game. But regardless, we are leaders of a community, a dying community, not by our choice, but by the choices and direction of Ubisoft. And instead of trying to, you know, unify, you know, what we have left and try to, you know, fight tooth and nail to keep this thing going, you know, we're all over Ubisoft forum fighting like school kids. And it's to me it's silly. To me it doesn't make sense. It won't ever make sense because that's just not the way that I'm wired. I mean, I can argue and bitch with the best of them, but it's just, this is supposed to be a game. We're supposed to be having fun. I think that things have gotten completely out of control. And, you know, whenever I spoke to you the other day, I was kind of disappointed whenever I asked, you know, how do we squash it? And you said, can't be done, too much water under the bridge. That disappointed me. Because I think that, I mean, we're grown adults. We can figure out how to work through it, any situation. We should be able to. We figured out how to beat the raid in times that are completely unheard of, that they never even thought of. We've figured out every nook and cranny of this game, but we can't figure out how to get along.
I agree to that to an extent, but at the same time I also disagree. I mean, shit. We just talked the other day and had a great conversation. I talked with Bateman. Let me hold on a second, take my switcher off. Shit, I spent part of my Thanksgiving with Bateman, chatting on a chat, you know, talking about stuff and talking through stuff.
It's not about talking through stuff. We both had conversations with you about talking through stuff, and in those conversations, both times, we asked you about just ending this shit, and you said, no, it's too late for that. Well, both times.
Time out for 1 second here, Bateman.
Time in. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
I mean, if you want this to go that direction, we can go that direction, bud, but I'm not trying to go that direction. And part of the reason, too, that I'm also even suggesting that we stream it is because it makes it very clear, because I've seen your channel get hit with a bunch of negative stuff, and it's not coming from me at all or anybody that I know of. And I was trying to clear the air with some of that as well. But in general, I thought we could just sit and...
We can sit and chat. Okay, let's sit and chat. I'm sorry. I got angry. I got bombed by people that you have been playing with recently. Just on a couple of my posts on the Ubisoft forums.
But listen,
just complete garbage.
I'm getting bombed as well. So you and I are both sitting here getting bombed. And you know what?
Well,
all three of us want what's best for the community. Now, don't get me wrong. We have totally different opinions and totally different approaches. I understand that, and I agree with that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Any opinion we have, we're told that it's wrong, and the fact that you start a narrative that says we tell people how to play the game, which I have never done unless they ask me to, or something in the way of, what was the other one? We tell people how to play the game, or I'm bullying people, or this and that, and it's complete. I know where you got the bullying from.
I never said you were bullying anybody. For the record,
I know you didn't. That's what I'm saying. I know where you started with the bullying. I understand that.
No, but on top of that, let me just say, if anybody says to you that you're bullying somebody under my roof, kind of thing, like in other words, saying Papa Bear said it, or you're hearing anything close to that, please, by all means, you can do it offline if you want.
I would say something if they said that. If they said Papa Bear said, you'd be the first to know.
Yeah, let me know. Or if, in addition to that, if they're saying that you're bullying people with some of your videos and stuff, I don't know. I've never said that.
I've never made a video about a specific person once.
A conversation and Rob's bringing choppers in and shit. You see this shit, Baytman? He's your friend. Just remember that. Don't worry, I got the servers.
I gotta deal with it every day.
I got the servers. I'm good. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of this shit.
I gotta deal with it every day.
Oh shit! As long as I can hit him.
Try clearing a base with them.
Try clearing a base with me. I clear plenty of bases by myself.
I know.
So listen, I'm going through the same kind of stuff that you are. The difference for me is that I'm getting it all from one person. It sounds like you're getting it from a group of people, and I don't.
A very large group of people that I used to have very good relationships with, and apparently they somehow got the idea that just because I play a game with someone, that I have a problem with them. And if they have a problem with me playing the game with that person, and they don't want to play with me because of that, that's fine. If that's the way you want to be, it is what it is. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna just ditch friends because other people don't want me to be friends with them.
I mean, and that's fair, dude. There are people that I play with that if
because
somebody...
I believe in our last chat you said if I stopped playing with that person, you believe I would get a lot of my community back, and I disagree with that.
I think that well, first of all, the cat's already out of the bag. Evie's already said to me on Ubisoft forums that I told you that you should delete her or stop playing her with her or whatever else.
You did.
I said, well, in addition to that, there were other things that were said that weren't true, like me sending people to your forums or whatever, not your forums, or to your page and stuff to bully you or send you bad messages or do whatever else. And dude, I swear to you, I've never done any of that kind of stuff. Did I say that about Evie in answer to a question? Absolutely. I've said that before. I've never denied the fact that I said. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You said, what do you think I need to do in order to get people to calm down, in order to ease some of this tension that's going on right now? And I said to you, I think one of the things that would do it for sure is if you stop playing with Evie. And the only reason for that,
that's not a solution.
But and so listen, that's not an option for you. That's great. That's not an option for you.
Yeah, I'm still upset about that. I won't say anything because I never saw the comment.
Well, no. I saw a comment come up here, but here's the thing, Evie. This is a conversation between Baytman, Rob, and I. I'd rather not shut down my chat. I'd rather not filter anybody, all the way that some people do. I'd rather just leave it open, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, is it up on somewhere where people are talking to us?
We're live streaming.
We're live streaming. Oh. Evie responded to a chat.
I didn't know if we had an open forum. I didn't know we had a forum going on.
I can shut it down, though. Should I shut it down?
What? I didn't say that. I said I did not know.
I'm asking a
question. So let me I'm going to open it up so that I can see if there's questions or comments that maybe I can wade in on. You know.
Okay.
If that's okay, I mean...
No, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, without a doubt, dude. There's not much. It's not much. It's just Evie jumping in saying something about somebody else. But here's my point, is that we're in the middle of having a conversation about trying to settle things down. And then, you know, there's a comment like that one about a good friend of mine, by the way, who's got to be one of the nicest people I've ever played with.
Which is why I'm still upset that it happened.
And here's the thing. There was even a time when I told you that there was a time when they were, you know, that they were upset, but it's we've had that discussion.
Yes.
They're not upset. They're not upset with. They were never upset with you. They were always upset with the fact that it was guilt by association.
That I made a video saying you guys misunderstood something that you misunderstood.
It wasn't that. You made a video.
It was.
But we talked about this now. But you made a video about a video that she posted 2 days before that video or a day before you posted that video, when really our video was about the one she posted 3 days before that one. So we were having two totally different conversations, but either way...
Supposedly about a video she made saying that she was on the harder difficulty, but she was on low.
She didn't say what difficulty she was on at all. She didn't mention that. She just went through and smashed
because the response contradicted everything you guys were trying to say then. I'm confused.
I think, listen, here's it from my side. Can I give you the shortest version possible?
Please.
Okay, shortest version possible is this. The only reason, and I'm the only one out there taking this abuse. I'm the only one out there that's looking at, I'm sorry, from taking my side of the fence as abuse, right? I'm the only one that's getting hit with, stuff from Evie, let's say. I'm one of the only ones. It's really, right now at this point, getting hit with...
I offered you a solution to that on Thanksgiving, and you said, absolutely not, I'm not going to do that.
I've had everybody suggest that to me. Everybody in the world suggested to me that I should block Evie out.
And it is the perfect solution, because she wouldn't be able to go on your YouTube anymore.
But two things. For one, for a small party.
Problem solved. Be the bigger man.
That's not a matter. That's not being
let him finish. Let him finish this. What
I'm sorry.
I don't think that's...
Okay.
No, it's fine. No, you don't have to be sorry, bro. It's honestly, Baytman, forget everything that's happened.
I do, because I'm still upset. I'm still upset.
Okay, let's take a deep breath. And
that's why I'm saying
what were you going to say?
We've all known each other for years, so it's not... I don't feel like it that way when we talk about it. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to ignore chat altogether. I have no idea what's even been being said in there, so I'm not even going to bother with it. But between the three of us, the whole simple thing is this. There's people in the game that enjoy using the Cerberus M82, and we could have a discussion about that gun and whether it's evil and the devil's product.
No, we need to have this discussion.
And we can.
No, we need to.
We can totally do that. But that's one side of it. The other side of it is this, and I would give you as a reference, just a simple reference, to give you an idea of what I'm talking about and what I'm trying, the reason why I'm having all these conversations or why I'm still on this, or why I don't think this can end, is because look at the one video that you, and I appreciate you responding and trying to help Evie understand what I was trying to show in there, even though obviously you didn't enjoy the conversation, you still got involved, and I appreciate you coming to my page to get involved in that conversation.
What I was trying to say... I don't even remember what I was trying to say.
No, but what I'm trying to say is this, though. If you look at that,
quickly.
If you look at that, 80% of the comments on that page are Evie's. When Evie sends a comment, she doesn't send one comment. She sends a comment and then another and then another and another, and you can't even finish the conversation.
You know how to fix that?
On. Yes, I do.
I've had girlfriends like that.
Block her. Yeah, I know. You block her. I understand that. You know how many people in the community have told me that they had problems with Evie, and then what they did was they blocked her because it made it simpler. Here's my thing, though. I don't like the fact that some of the people like Iconic, she went after Totally Iconic on her page, on her video. It's her and some other dude talking about about this kid Iconic and how he's getting carried through the raid, and yet the kid won't shut up, and that kind of stuff's not cool, and it's not just Iconic. there are a lot of people that she has gone after and said things about. Not to mention, there are a lot of times when on streams or on videos or wherever, she talks about people using this gun as a crutch. She calls it a crutch. It's a crutch. This gun's a crutch to get you through the raid. It's a cheese method. There's a, technique cooldown is a total cheese method, which by the way, for the record, I did when I did my testing the other day. I put together a total cheese method. Yeah.
By the way, this whole UI thing and damage thing, it's not a UI glitch. It's 500 damage. I just want to help you out there. They are all 500 damage, 100%. Factual.
When we tested it, I saw a little bit different results, but
no.
I mean, first of all, I appreciate you finding the 500, but there's got to be a more. The hard part is this: Ubisoft is never going to help us. We're going to figure it out. I fired the
M82 Cerberus 3 times, and the Tabor Scout 3 times, both with hot rounds, did the same damage.
Into what?
Supercomputer, because that good boss doesn't heal itself.
Yeah, but
you're testing guns on a boss that heals itself.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though: you're testing guns on a boss that we all know
doesn't move.
Hold on, though. On one of the plates that you shoot, it doesn't register any damage. So the damage on that gun.
Yes, but I know what plates those are.
Yeah.
It also does more damage on the inside and outside.
Yeah,
I promise you, I know what plates don't where the damage takes. I shot the same 3 places.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue.
You could see it in my video with all the different guns I tested, all on hot rounds.
I wouldn't argue with
you. From the M82 Cerberus right on down to the Tabor Scout.
I
all did the same damage in the same 3 holes.
I wouldn't argue with you that it's
and back in the DMR glitch days, it wasn't a UI issue either. It did 500 damage.
Yeah, but the guy who did 500 damage back in the DMR days was the guy who couldn't shoot through. Right. So
yes, but if he shot in the holes, he did 500 damage.
Okay, so that's something we discovered, and I don't remember if you were there during those days.
That might have been after you left the game.
To go play. Initially, it was thought that one person was doing damage, and the consensus across the board for that stuff was, okay, well, I got the damage, and everybody else took off to go to the next one and get it started. And then the guy was doing the damage, just come run over, shoot it a few times and finish it off, and everybody would be moving on. We discovered afterwards, though, that if everybody sticks around, it goes down exponentially faster. They can't shoot through the panels, but if they shoot in the holes, that thing it melts. It gets gone instantly.
I remember that one. I remember you saying. Okay. I remember us going through where we didn't. I don't remember all of that, but I remember the part. I do remember the part where it's like, "Don't leave, stay by here, so we can do the same damage." I remember that part of it. So. And listen, I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I'm just saying that the hard part is this: Ubisoft won't answer us, first of all, so it's us versus the world. And then second of all, as a matter of fact, well, I guess I can't even repeat that.
What?
About them not repeating us or reporting or responding to us, but I would just like to find a better testing solution, like to almost. Well, but what if
the problem is this? The problem is this: you're never going to be able to have a completely objective, scientific,
right?
Because we don't have all the data.
Agreed. I agree.
So at the end of the day,
cost to test it on has to be.
At the end of the day, we can guess. It's our best guess.
What if?
Because we don't have all of the data.
Okay. But there's a difference between 497 and 234.
Yes, you should see
a difference. There should be half the damage, not okay, I see a little sliver there.
I thought I saw a difference.
They do 500.
I thought I saw a difference in my video when I did it. But here's what I'm saying. I've been told.
Sorry.
Where's my rocket launcher?
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this also. There's so many variables that go into it that we can't account for.
Yes,
agreed. Connectivity in console versus PC. The hit registration is completely different on all 3 of them. And to be completely honest, I just died.
That's what you get for. That's what you get.
That's what I get.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut up now. But to be completely honest, in my estimation, hit registration, and I play on all 3 of them. I rate on all 3 of them quite a bit, and I feel like the hit registration is actually probably the worst on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
So then that's of the number of shots that we take, the least number of them count, even if they're all on target.
It's 8 to 10-year-old technology compared to last year's technology on PC or this year's technology on PC.
All right, so pause. Just pause that for 1 second, though, because I'm totally with you guys, and it's a conversation that I want to continue, even if it's another
that's a
time.
different conversation.
It's finding out what's going on with that stuff is. I'm totally with you with that. Like maybe even glitching Cerberus, so Cerberus stands still, take off the plates, take them all down, just take off 10% of their health, and then see a test on a pure, clean Cerberus.
You can't test on the Cerberus boss.
Cerberus heals itself.
You thought I was talking about Cerberus gun. I'm talking about the Cerberus boss. You cannot test on it.
Because he heals himself
no matter where
a little
it is.
bit. I mean, if they're right next to each other, the doors close and they heal themselves really fast. But even if you have the big triangle and you have them stretched all the way out, they still, if you stop shooting at them, if you watch them, they will start going back up very, very slowly.
You can see it. Well, we discovered it when we did the walkthrough because we weren't doing damage, and you could see it physically in the video going a little bit up, sliver by sliver.
It's kind of like we regain our health over time.
No, I mean, right. I can understand that, and so maybe there's
a different solution. That's why I was trying to tell you, and you thought by Cerberus I was saying the gun. I didn't realize there was a miscommunication there until like 2 days later.
I think finding out the rest of the information for whatever's going on with those guns makes a huge difference. Somebody is like blowing up the chat.
Well, when I made, I'm not even looking at it, but that's why when I posted that video asking about it. Like, all I was doing was posing the question about the nerfs and buffs and asking Ubi to let us know what, was it on purpose, by accident? Did some things just get screwed up on purpose?
And
I don't care either way. I just wanted an answer. No, you guys all attacked me for calling it OP and saying that
on the forums.
I wanted it nerfed.
I supported you. On the forums, I supported you.
Yes, on the forums. But after the video, everybody said, "Oh, you just want it nerfed," and blah 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 blah.
But
I never said that.
There's a reason, though, bud. I mean, if you bring, I'm trying to find your video right now. There's a reason.
Because I called it overpowered. That's the reason.
It's not even just overpowered. Do you realize
the word overpowered?
The word overpowered.
It really pushed your button.
Word overpowered did for sure.
Because I guess you weren't in school on the day of adjectives.
Hey, come on.
Well, I'm just saying it's an adjective. It's a descriptive word. I don't know why you have such a problem with it. Overpowered is just a descriptive word. It's over, above, power. It has more power than any other gun in the game. It's overpowered. That's all we're saying. Not it needs to be nerfed. Nothing else like that.
No, actually,
can we end it there?
Let's go back to school then. If you want to go to that level, because you're going to push me to that level.
All right.
If you want to say that we need to go back to school, let's go back to school for a second. Overpowered means it's got too much power, which means it requires to be fixed. If you've got if your HVAC system is like overpowered on something, well, if your HVAC system has got more buff than
every other sniper rifle,
it's got to be reduced. And there's a reason for that, though. It has no other benefits to go along with it. But that's another, again.
Okay, well, the perk on the gun is plus 50 damage, which gives it extra power.
It gives it extra power.
It's overpowered.
Absolutely. It gives extra power. But you can only count hits.
Not to mention, before that plus 50, it still does more damage than an M82 or any other sniper in the game. I'm not saying that wasn't on purpose. I think they made that gun particularly because there were a lot of people that didn't want to raid unless they had the DMR glitch and weren't going to stop until they had a DMR glitch.
Well, wait a minute now. You and I have played with enough players that anybody...
No, there was a lot. Like, after that last DMR glitch got beat, what I want to say... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I did mean to cut you off, but I don't do it on purpose. There were a lot of players after that last DMR glitch was over. Like, begging me to try and find another one because they think I'm the one finding it. Like someone just told me about it.
No kidding, dude. Everybody,
and Ubi knew about it for a month before I even posted it, and people are complaining that I'm gonna get it fixed. They're gonna fix it now. I'm like, Ubi just told me on the forums that. But
that's
so yeah, a lot of people. I think that's why they made it though, so people would stop even trying to look for DMR glitches.
That's not the point though. In order to get that gun, you have to beat the critical raid, which is the toughest content that's in the game.
And a lot of people are saying we earned it, and I worked so hard to earn it. You know how many people I saw freeze Cerberus to get that?
Oh, I've had that conversation. I won't argue that
point.
I'm
just saying.
If
you're gonna say you earned it,
I had that conversation. I had that conversation with people today. Every time we have somebody now who says, "Oh, I just need supercomputer," what's that tell you? That tells me that they froze every other boss out there, and supercomputer was the only one they didn't. So that's why they haven't beaten that yet on critical. So I don't argue that.
I didn't get a prize.
Not that everybody's that way, but yeah, I get it. But like, here's the thing, though. Like, you're right on the reason. Part of what triggered people was that in so many cases, in so many instances, like on that video that you're talking about, breakpoint DMR glitches legit but confusing successor. First of all, you're right there. And just be objective with me for 1 second. Let me get this out.
It said legit.
Wait a minute.
Let me get this out.
Let
me just make this point.
Okay, let him make his point.
Let me make the point.
Okay.
Be objective just for a second. DMR glitches legit but confusing successor. You see, so you say legit, but you're comparing it to the DMR glitch right there, and then the background picture says Tom Kansas Ghost Recon Breakpoint. It says M82 Cerberus beyond any DMR glitch yet. So again, all right. I'm not saying that. Damage.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
Hold on, though. It is, but it isn't. It's power-wise it does.
Okay, wait a minute.
No, but it shows it. But it's saying right there, you're comparing it again right there
Everything
to it.
he's talking to is...
I just want to say something.
Papa Bear just looks at the pictures and doesn't listen to what I'm saying in the video.
At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, you talk about it. I'll bring up your voice on the thing. I'll go to that spot in the video and bring up your voice where you say that you're comparing the two. No.
Okay.
And Rob, say what you're going to say, but at 4 minutes and 50 seconds into that video, he talks about how he's comparing those two.
I do.
But you just told me I was wrong. You just told me that you didn't compare the two.
No, I...
Didn't? Or did I miss something?
Yeah, a lot.
All right.
What, Rob? What do you got?
So YouTube is full of all kinds of, and I'm just going to say it, clickbait.
Absolutely.
Out there.
Thank you.
You know, people post.
I've had conversations with Gamer.
Listen, I'm not knocking Willie B at all, but every single gun in the game, he's got a video saying this is the greatest gun and the best gun in
nobody criticizes
every single one is the best. He's got 50 different videos saying this is the best gun.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got 10 videos where he got onto the raid island and wandered around and talked about how this is the most impossible base to attack ever. Yeah. And you know good as well as I do that we go in with one person and slaughter the base, and he's over there struggling all through his video.
In the raid, we go in.
You know,
but anyway.
So clickbait is a thing.
But that's not the point. I want to describe the actual meaning behind that title to Papa Bear.
So
DMR glitches legit but confusing successor was in a reference to the buffs that Ubisoft gave to all the guns. I said legit so that people wouldn't get butthurt, but apparently they didn't understand that I said legit and then I said successor because I was talking about the buff that it got.
Well,
the difference in that gun between week 1 and week 2 of the critical raid, and nobody can deny this because nobody was able to take 4 M82 Cerberus the first week and melt the boss. Then all of a sudden they give it some kind of buff for some reason. I don't know why, because Ubisoft won't answer. I don't care if they did it on purpose. But next week it was just
and
crazy.
I think that's the bigger problem.
I was making my video about the buffs and nerfs, and what was confusing about it was it got a bigger buff than everything else, but it's still the most damage gun in the game already. That's what confused me. I talked to someone from Delta Company today, and they said, I asked if they knew anything about it. They said the only thing I know is they were worried about the slow rate of fire of the sniper rifles, so they were talking about maybe buffing them, but they hadn't told them about any changes coming, so nobody there even knew about it either. He was just speculating with the snipers.
And I think the thing that really kind of breaks, I don't say breaks it. I think the thing that really kind of sets all this conversation off is the unannounced little buffs and nerfs that they did on guns. You know, the gun was already strong before, but you couldn't just, you know, and people were abusing the technique cooldown at the time too. Because that's, you know, an exploit that can be done. It's legal. It's in the game. Whatever you want to say, but it's, you know, it is what it is.
It's a hot mess. I agree. It's a hot mess. I played it the other day.
So people were coming in. They however they got the M82 Cerberus, whether they were abusing the technique cooldown or whatever, but they got it. They got it, and then they started abusing the technique cooldown with the M82 Cerberus, which is, I don't care what anybody says. Whenever you're doing that, you know, you're not fighting. You're not doing boss mechanics anymore. Just very similar to, and maybe not as fast. But again, not again, because I don't know that anybody's even taking this into consideration. There was no DMR glitch in the critical raid. Never one day has there been a DMR glitch in the critical raid. These bosses are a hell of a lot tougher. These bases are a hell of a lot tougher.
Yep. And they're 300.
Then we
40 levels
correct.
above.
Correct. Then what we had whenever the DMR glitch was around. Yes, the DMR glitch, we were able to set crazy times. We did a DMR glitch run with choppers in 15 minutes. That's crazy, start to finish. You know, without choppers, we were like 23 minutes, something crazy. Crazy times.
I personally, obviously we can't test it, but I think the gear score is so unimportant in this game that basically the wolves are just as hard whether they're 3 gear score above you or 50 gear score above you.
I actually tested it and it was different. I believe it or not.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, within 10.
It doesn't seem that much different between 250, 260, and 300.
It wasn't like overly scientific, but I tested it.
They eat a couple more bullets, but yeah.
It wasn't overly
one more round.
Well, I took my gear score and dropped my gear score below their gear score, and only like 10 points, and I saw the difference in their war. But either way, the most important.
Fights, did it matter in boss fights? I really want to know that.
Hold on, though. We're having a stop it. Baytman, stop it. We're having a productive conversation.
Yes or no question.
We're having a productive conversation.
No, he was at. No, he's no.
I'm kidding.
That's
I'm teasing him. I'm teasing him. No, I'm teasing him.
No, because he's asking you to expand on that. If you did that and you ran through, did you feel like you had? Did you feel like you had a disadvantage?
We had a weird situation. We had a weird situation where it was pre-boss fight. I was in a base at Ball, and we were waiting for somebody to join back in again. I took, I had 2 guns that were the same. One was they were actually exactly the same. One was a 300, one was a 250. And I took my 250 and put some rounds into it. I think it took like 5 shots, and I used my 300, and it only took like 4 shots.
Wait a minute. I got to respond to something real quick in the chat. I was not saying anybody's noob because we ran stupid fast raids. I was not discounting anybody's abilities. I'm just saying we were able to do some crazy stuff whenever the DMR glitch was around, and we did it just to see if it could be done. Back then, a legitimate raid with convention, we didn't have using any DMR glitch. Back then, before we had teams that actually stepped up to be competitive, our fastest, and we were the fastest people putting out any videos and talking about it, was about 45 minutes on a legit raid on regular. Once we had other teams stepping up and saying, hey, we think we can challenge that, that brought the times way down. And so we do appreciate having competition. Friendly competition is a great thing. But
we haven't been able to have that because
there's a couple of different things. There's not a uniform connectivity god that's going to make everything work the same. So we're comparing, some teams play on Xbox, some teams play on PlayStation, some play on PC. Obviously, we're not going to point fingers at those PC guys, but they're OP. Their systems are way OP.
Oh,
I know,
careful.
I know because I got one too. So,
well, no, the 120 frames a second or whatever. Of course, yeah.
Well,
yeah, those
my PC is a little more MP, but it's still crazy different.
Well, but
and I'm not taking anything away from Mayor's group. You guys are awesome. Y'all put up a great time.
Yeah.
But
the speed runs are about between the bosses anyway. Really.
So they did a great job. Their videos, we've been watching them, and you know, up till now we were at the top of the heap, and so I'm a little.
We
sad.
actually learned a couple things.
I'm trying to convince my team to all get PCs now.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's obviously a difference between them, but it's and again too, though, this is a constructive conversation, but it's a different conversation.
After the nerfs and buffs, there's no difference between 250 and 300 anymore, unfortunately.
But all of that is community good that, as you know, all of us can do together to try to figure out and get dialed in. But at the same time, the most important thing and the reason why we're here and the reason that there is, and man, the three of us have known each other for a long time. What, a year and a half, and played together quite a bit. The reason why there is drama right now is two reasons. Is one over the M82 Cerberus, and we have different sides to that story, different sides and different opinions. Can I say
something about Evie though, real quick?
Sure.
Okay. Because remember how I don't know if it was on Thanksgiving or if it was just on a regular occasion, and I don't know if she said it to any of you guys, but I had told pretty much everybody I could that Evie was sick of it too, and she wanted to put an end to it too, and this semi-recently, and that even at that time you were asking me like you're confused because she's coming into your streams and being nice and all that, and then the next day she'll put up a video and she'll get trolled, and Akraf, who I have a really big bone to pick with, will come in and start with the hey, what's up, bro? Hey, bro, what's up, bro? Hey, dude, what's up, bro? And that's, I mean, you know, that's something that has always bothered her when bothers every girl gamer when guys are like, oh, you're just pretending to be a girl, and
yeah, I'm not.
I don't blame them. It would bother me too.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm
just saying there's a lot of
I can explain
shit getting thrown at her. She takes a lot more from other people than you do from her now, and she understands that it comes from a certain place. We all understand where it comes from too, but if we can't put an end to it, then it's just like that. I don't know. It's just trolls aren't going back under the bridge ever, I guess. I don't know.
But it's really hard, by the way, too, because when I'm like hot on a subject and then you want to go a different direction. I get it too, because you want to get it off your chest and you're doing that. So I'm glad to see that. But at the end of the day, the issue comes up in that a lot of the drama I did appreciate, and I even said to people, you know what? In fact, I've said it on stream. Somewhere on my streams, there are people saying something, and me saying, no, actually, Evie's been really cool lately. Like I don't know what changed. I don't know what happened, but Evie kind of dropped it. Like it just stopped. So don't, let it go, man. And that happened several times, and it happened not long after you and I talked on Thanksgiving. And she took the 35 comments off of that one video. But there were
a lot of times when she does leave a comment, she'll post a fact about something, and someone will take offense to it because it's just not.
There's two things.
Worded right or something. I don't know.
There's two things.
Go ahead.
There's two things. One is that when she posts, she doesn't just post. She will post. That. She posts. Look at this. The video I put up today. There's like 6.
It's easily controlled by the person who runs their YouTube, though. I'm just saying. But go ahead. You're right. I'm just saying.
But I'm not trying to censor her, though. If that's what she's doing, that's what she's doing. I'm not going to go and tell her what she can say and can't say. I'm not trying to tell her what she can say and can't say or any of those things. But the bottom line is that Evie did make a change, but two things happened. One is that nobody knew that she made the change. So it was going to take a little while. So If for Akraf or somebody else to come and attack her on the stream, they're doing that because of things she's done in the past. I can't control that. I can't make a change to some of that. You could maybe say something, but you can't necessarily do that. You can't say something to them necessarily directly. It's because of things that happened in the past. And then in addition, it's hard when there are so many people that she has come after. They're gonna bite back a little bit. And then in addition to that, dude, I tell you what, I'm baffled by it. I mean, I'm kind of a nice guy, but I'm not that nice of a guy. I don't understand where the community support has come from. I guess it's because Gamer hangs out with me and they like Gamer better. That's my only explanation. I don't understand what's going on with that, but we've gotten we've gotten a lot of Glenny. A lot of people like Glenny. That apparently we've gotten a lot of support, whatever it is.
Nobody doesn't like Glenny. It's impossible to not like Glenny.
It is impossible to not like Glenny. I've tried too because he wears some stupid outfits, but.
I woke up one morning and I had a message
with him once or twice
where he said, "I didn't know you were. See you next Tuesday." And I'm pretty sure he might have. I gotta look back. I'm sorry, Glenny, if we did fix that. We may have now that I think about it, but. And my jaw dropped to the floor, and I still wasn't mad at him. I was just really upset about it.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean,
mainly because I woke up and I didn't even see the message because it was already gone. I don't even know what happened. But
here's the situation in general, right? We're all in this together because we're all playing the game together, trying to have fun. Ubisoft is not going to answer a single question that we have or that we want to know what's going on. So we got to the point where we got to figure it out ourselves.
And I'll say this. The guys that are responding on Ubisoft forums are not developers. Yes. They are customer service. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Every single thing that we've brought to them, every single DMR glitch video that we've sent to them in the past, because that's what we used to do. We would expose the DMR glitch, we'd give it to the world, and then we would send the videos showing how abusive it was to Ubisoft, and they'd be like, well, we're not aware of any problems, so we'll have to.
They said there was nothing wrong with it.
We're not aware of any problems with the Silver Stake. We'll have to push it upstairs to our developer.
They didn't know the rockets and the helicopters weren't working for
they changed the Mark I helicopters. So so the guy that's answering those are not developers. Those are not anybody of importance. Those are the customer service phone reps of old are now just on a forum. So they have a script that they work off of, and that's about it. I went back and looked at a recent, I'm going to call it a forum, concerned forum, but it turned out to just break down into madness. And the only response that I saw from them was the standard, we're not aware of anything, we'll send it upstairs.
Playing Division 2, they used to say all the time, it's working as intended, is what was the old joke was. It's an old thing with it. But my point is that we can't get information from them. We can only get information from each other and share information with each other to try to find out what's going on. The fact that Baytman went out and tested, and by the way, compliments on that video. That a lot of effort went into showing.
You already did compliment the video. I appreciate it.
All right, then never mind. Then fuck off. Then fuck that video.
You did it in the comments. I already said I appreciate the comments.
Because you took a lot of time to go test that weapon and those weapons in that situation to find out that it was 500 for every gun. I still don't. I mean, I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked that I don't think Rolling Thunders worked. But those are all other conversations.
It doesn't.
The main purpose. the main purpose that we're here today. The main reason we're here today. The main problem we have today is two things. And it causes this tension. And this is what we need to do to fix that. The first thing is that Evie, when she talks, has a way of expressing herself that is
she's very blunt.
Over the top. She's beyond blunt. She's abusive. She told me 3 times in one of my comments today that I need to learn how to speak English better or learn how to English better, which is actually something you said to me today. But more importantly, it's not just me. She goes after all kinds of people. I've talked to so many people that have told me that they're blocked her. She's blocked on Daisy Arch Gaming Channel's Discord. She's blocked here. She's blocked there. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
Evie used to be a friend.
Discord was.
I know that's a whole other situation. I'm not even.
That was something different.
There's a reason you've got a new Discord. And I've got a new Discord.
I don't even think Evie. I know Evie can't be blamed for the last time, and she left the last 2 times. But I just want to say I can pinpoint for you the exact moment where after she was being nice and everything, where she got hurt and just started going back to the way it was.
Part of where
and it was after she made her video, and then you guys made 3 videos after that mocking it and debunking it and all this stuff.
I didn't catch that. I saw stuff coming after that. But either way, no matter what, there's the common denominator in this is that anyone that you talk to, anyone that I've talked to at least, says the same thing. And they say, I like Baytman. I like Rob. They're not bad guys. I like him.
I've always told
good.
people, I come off very abrasive. I've always told people, if I say something that you don't like, please tell me, because I can sound like I'm not joking very easily. Ask Dame. Dame has gone from I'm joking around with him to I don't hear from him for a week because he's hurt. I hurt his feelings somehow. I don't know how.
The point is this, though, that the reason that people are upset, the reason the community has lashed out or is frustrated, is because of comments from Evie. I'm sorry, Evie, but with the barrage of comments that have been put out to Evie on so many different people's videos, on my videos, on the forums, the way that she goes on her own channel and calls the Cerberus a crutch, and this is a crutch, and you're a glitcher, or it's an exploit, or it's all these other things that she is, the quote-unquote, when they said to you, you're the UB police, that one person who said that, they were wrong. It's not Evie. It's Evie that's the UB police that wants to say, this is the way you do things, and if you don't do things the way that I suggest, then you're going to be... I'm going to blast you on my channel.
Someone's going to make a video about you? I mean, really, it's social media. It's... I don't know. I I understand.
But that's where the drama comes from.
I really do, because I've had trolls on. I had one guy admit that he made 21 accounts just to come into every one of my videos and give me 21 dislikes. So I told him thank you for all the 21 views every time. And I tell people now, I'm like, thanks for watching the ad so I can make some money to come in and dislike my video. Like, fuck it. But it's at the same time, like, if she's gonna block everyone who leaves a comment, like a nasty comment on her YouTube, and so they can't watch her YouTube anymore, and then block her. Just...
I'm not blocking...
I can tune it out.
I'm not blocking her. I've explained this, though. I'm not blocking her because there's somebody else out there who doesn't have the... And I don't even know how I have a platform at this point. I've got 140 subscribers. Who the hell am I? But apparently I've got a platform. And if she comes on and says whatever or does whatever, then and people see it, and then she goes and attacks somebody smaller, somebody who's a nobody, and puts them up on blast on her channel.
The drama, if the drama's gonna stop,
hold on, it
can't be flung back the other way.
But I should stop.
Drama, yeah. If you don't want drama, stop. Don't do drama.
Whoa, but not doing drama means blocking Evie from my channel. So in other words, stop listening to the person that's saying the drama type stuff is your best solution to it, when really in real life the best solution would be
What's happening?
I'm clapping because he finally got it.
No, but that's not the best solution. The best solution is the person who's starting the drama in the first place should stop
Goes to jail?
No, they should stop it. If
it's freedom of speech, and you have freedom of your YouTube channel.
Exactly.
And so what do you want me to do?
I don't. If I don't want you, I'm not asking you to do anything. But if you're asking me what the problem is, I'm telling you. If Rob's got an employee that every day he walks into work, he walks into his office and pisses on his desk, what do you think you should do? Get rid of the desk so that he doesn't do that anymore?
Well,
No.
maybe
Lock your door so he can't get in the office? No.
Maybe he can't fire that employee and he just puts a toilet on the middle of his desk. I don't know. There's probably a few solutions to everything.
Right. That's not what's going to happen though. There's
I
something
would
else that's going to
have
happen.
to tell him to move over because he's taking up my space.
Yeah, there would be a situation, but that's one. So that's one side of it. That's the one side of it.
That was quite a fucking example.
Yeah, you like that one? That was I want to get him involved again. I don't want to
Came out of left field a little bit.
It actually happened 2 months ago, and it was awkward.
Yeah.
I was standing there peeing on my desk. Someone else came in, joined me. It got weird quick, but
that's nice. As long as you didn't cross streams, everything's fine.
Well, that's where it got weird.
See how that makes sense then. So that's one side of the conversation. Is that with that whole situation, is that if she's gonna keep stirring the pot, I'm going to leave the comments up there because if she goes to stir somebody else's pot, I want them to be able to look at it and say, I'm not alone, man. Here I am getting abused by this chick online about me because I'm using my Cerberus that I really earned. And yet she's calling me a glitcher or a cheater or whatever else, and then they can say, you know what? You're treating me the same way you're treating Papa Bear, aren't you? Well, you love attacking us. So that's the reason for doing it. Whether the Cerberus is the devil's weapon or whatever else it is, but the other side of it is, with the gun itself, there are reasons that it has the power that it has. Maybe it is.
Is there?
It may be. Yeah, sure there is. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can show you right now.
I
can show you right now. I can show you right now.
I'm going to say.
I don't know how you account for the 60% buff.
I'll show you right now why an M82 has a 130 round shot and has
You can show me why it has the 60% buff in boss fights too, because
yeah, they all do.
That's
well,
the
first
only
of all,
thing
all of them do.
That
all
we ever.
All the guns have a boss in buff fights. All the sniper rifles do. What do you want
40. All of them have 40, except for that one.
Well, because it's 40 plus
60.
40 plus the 50.
No, it's 50 plus 60.
Or they added.
Goes to 297 from 237.
You sure they didn't add the 40 and then the 50?
I'm sure.
Okay.
It's a 187 weapon plus the 50, 237 in game. It's 297 in boss fights.
I think that the probably the best rule of thumb here is the cautionary tale that I said the other day.
Ubi has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Well, and I don't know whether they do or not. In my experience in gaming, and there's probably people out there that have tons more experience than me, and I'm just a little person that no one really cares about my opinion, but I played Destiny for a long time. I got the Vex Mythoclast the day it came out. I was the lucky guy in our group that got it. Did take me a year and a half to get a Gallahorn, but I got the Vex Mythoclast the first day. We went into the Crucible, and I destroyed people for a week. Destroyed everybody for a week. And then they nerfed it. Then they adjusted it because it was too powerful. So I would say to anybody who's using a gun that's at the upper echelon, just be aware. I would not run every raid using one gun that does more damage than anything, because if they do buff it, this community is already small enough. We've already lost a good portion of the community because of the DMR glitch going away. This community cannot take losing another large percentage because they buffed my gun and now I hate the game. Now for the guys that are playing the milsim stuff, they don't even care. They probably don't have the gun. They're not even aware of any of this going on. But for us raiders, and we're a voiceless community, except for in the.
Ubi said long before any drama to Delta Company that they already consider raids a failed experiment.
Yeah. So
this is long before anything happened with the critical or anything. There was no critical raid at that point when they said that.
I mean, just to ask the question though, other than what you're saying, Rob, as far as for that this gun is this gun is
the most powerful gun. It's the most powerful gun in the game.
Yeah.
Hands down, most powerful gun.
It's over all the other ones.
Per shot, it's the most powerful. Per shot, it's the most powerful gun.
Oh, eat it, Rob.
Yeah.
Eat it, Rob. Bet you can't do that.
What?
Bet you can't do that.
What are you talking about?
Look at my character.
Oh shit, dude! I'm not even holding my controller.
The fact that it's the most per bullet, yeah, absolutely, it's a strong gun. Absolutely, it's a strong gun per bullet, no doubt about it. And when it first came out, it was even stronger because you could one-shot an armored heavy and drop them in one shot when it first came out, and then they adjusted it down. So they ratcheted it back after it first came out because they found out that it was way too strong in the very beginning. You could one-shot a heavy with no problem.
Okay, and but then they cranked it up a little bit
in the boss fights
with these buffs. Yeah, so that's so what I'm saying is if you're using a gun that is at the upper reaches, I use the 5.53. I'm not mad about them buffing guns because they gave my favorite gun a buff. It's the most it does more damage than the M4A1. It shoots a little bit slower, but that's fine with me because it has no recoil. So I'm not mad about them buffing guns, but I'm saying if they decide, hey, you know what, we need to dial back the 5.53 because it doesn't have recoil. I shouldn't even say it because now it's out there. But because it doesn't have recoil like the 4.16, so maybe we need to dial it back so it's not doing as much damage as the 4.16 and maybe just leave it where it was before because they already nerfed the M4A1 down a little bit and they moved up the 5.53 and the 4.16. But the 4.16's got a lot more, in my opinion, more recoil, a little harder to handle, rapid firing. So, you know, I'll be in the same boat if they decide to do that. But I'm not so stuck on the 5.53 that's the, you know, I can switch to it M4A1 or 4.16. I can be flexible. I'm just cautioning people, don't get stuck on one gun. Because if they do decide to do something about it, you know what, we're going to knock it down a little bit. Well, that's going to change your game suddenly. And then, you know, there's a lot of people that had hundreds and hundreds of raids, and never won without a DMR glitch. And the DMR glitch happened, and suddenly I'm getting cussed at by people who have hundreds of raids because they couldn't figure out how to, and rage quitting because they couldn't figure out how to do the raid with us. And we're like, we're telling you what to do. All you have to do is just listen to the call-outs, you know, or whatever. So it's just cautionary tale. That's it.
I'm not, and listen, I'm not arguing that whatsoever. But you have to agree that when people are putting it out there, that saying that anybody using this crutch, is using the cheese method, or using the crutch, or using all these other things, is derogatory, saying like you couldn't finish the raid without using this. Well, how the fuck did I get it then in the first place? If I can't complete the critical raid, how did I get this gun? Without using
it works
else?
Both ways.
So.
Many people have said things about the way we do raids too.
I mean, I don't.
They have.
I don't know. I wouldn't agree. I don't agree with the whole driving a motorcycle through the fence.
Oh, but you agree with backing a truck up to the fence?
Change.
Well,
here's why.
Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why.
That's a complete change of subject.
Here's the reason why, though. Well, no,
I saw that coming.
Bateman,
it is.
No,
Go ahead. Tell me why.
Brought it up.
Tell me why.
Dude, why do you got to get so mad, bro?
I'm saying, I said, tell me why. That's what I said.
I am, but you get so fired up, bro. It's like, I don't need that
because this was the Ubisoft forum shit last night that... Go ahead. Just say what you got to say.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a true Spec Ops operator... well, I mean,
if you're a true Spec Ops operator, you're going to use everything in your environment to your advantage.
Absolutely. And with that,
and if that means driving a motorcycle through a gap in a gate, that's what you're going to do.
If the motorcycle,
so I don't understand that argument.
If you can't walk through the gap in the gate,
well, let him finish his argument, Rob.
But yet the motorcycle can. It's obviously like a soft spot in the map where the motorcycle's able to go through. Now, if you're able to back a truck up and climb up over it and jump over it, that's kind of Spec Ops. If you're able to parachute into the backside of it,
there's a gap in the gate that fits the motorcycle. There's a rock to parachute right in front of the red line. And there's a hole. The fence is the same height as a truck, and there's a hole right above it. I don't think they're trying to keep people out.
I don't think they're trying to keep people out either.
And the motorcycle, I mean, really, it's 3 seconds compared to the truck.
I think it's a little longer than that, but either regardless,
no.
It's not.
It's actually faster to go around and take the bivouac, jump from the bivouac. It is the point, because you're disagreeing with it because it's giving us a speed advantage, and speed runs are completely different from spec ops. If I'm spec ops, I'm crawling.
Well, you need to find entry into the area at some point. But I mean, again, I guess a whole other discussion there.
Yeah,
but
driving a fucking motorcycle through the fence.
Yeah, but it was brought up though. But driving it, if we're talking about that side of it.
I love the TAC 50, by the way, guys. I just want to say that there's conversation about we're overlooking where the TAC 50 blueprint is, and so
yeah,
I just wanted to shout out TAC 50.
Nice. Damn thing stable as hell, especially compare. I didn't even realize how stable it was until I compared it to the in PvP yesterday to the M82. I actually put the M82 down and put the Tech 50 back on. Tech 50 was much more stable. But that's it.
The way people stabilize the M82 servers is using the assault ability, which is actually kind of genius. But
yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you're just gonna do a straight up shot with the gun, the M82 Cerberus, when you go scope up, it hunts, man. It hunts all over the place, where the other guns don't jump all over the place, and that's why they do, a little less damage, is because they're able to do more, to actually hit their shots more easily. Like the Coblin. The Coblin does a little bit more damage, but it's got to be able to, you got to be able to control it in order to go. You know what I mean?
You mean, yeah, we call it the wobbling.
The wobbling, yeah.
So
it's risk versus reward. That's all. That's why the HTI, it only does 90 rounds per minute. I haven't tested it, but my guess is that the HTI has just got to be stable as hell, and the scope has got to barely move when you're looking long distance sight, and that's why it's got a slower rate of fire. Where the M30's M82 is all over the place, which is why it moves the way it is. I guess the bottom line is, my point is, if the conversation would stop if two things happen. I mean, primarily if players were allowed to use whatever they wanted, man. Who cares? I don't care what
nobody
somebody else
has
uses.
still told anybody what to use. I'm getting real sick of that accusation.
But inside of your
if you're gonna feel pressured not to use something because someone posts something on YouTube, then I mean, that's just weird.
Do you know how many times Eevee has posted up that it's not a legit raid because they didn't do this or that, or how many times Glenny and Gamer were attacked, or somebody else was attacked because they didn't use?
And you know how many times we were attacked for stuff like the motorcycles through the fence, or we didn't get every intel, or we didn't we had a 2-week argument with the guy because we didn't get. Go ahead, Rob. You had that argument. You can tell that story.
So that's the nature of competition. People get hot-headed.
Yeah.
Every time we've set new records, there's been a group of people or a person who's looked at every single, and I say records. No, for whoever was out there on the Ubisoft forum, no, we don't have Guinness, okay? But this is a freaking video game. Get over yourself. Every time we set a new speed record, and I'll use the word, every time we posted a video that was faster than anybody else's out there, they scoured through the video and said, oh, well, Gargoyle didn't move just right, or we timed it and your laser came in 2 seconds later than our laser. Yeah. Or what, and so they would try to meticulously pick everything apart. And you can go back and look, because it's out there. These people it got crazy. And they would try to, like, delegitimize everything that we've done for the last year. All the people that we've helped play the game, learn the game, all the stuff that, all the innovations that we've come up with have been completely delegitimized every single time we post a video.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have I ever delegitimized any of your speed
runs? I didn't say you. I didn't ever want to say you.
Nope, I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that, have I ever done that? And I would say definitely not. In fact, I've supported it and congratulated you guys, I believe. I think that Glenny and Gamer have also done the same thing. to my knowledge.
Yeah, but it was
until
the third time.
But you used the example. I was going to make a point. You used the example earlier that Evie has shown so many so many negative feelings for people that it's just automatic response for people to come back at her.
Right.
We've been going through the same thing for a freaking year.
I mean, that was the no offense to Glenny and Gamer, I don't care, but the technique cooldown that when they were using it was the third time a team that we were trying to have a nice competition with was using the technique cooldown, and every time we would even just try and set it as just get it as a rule. If you want to have a competition, why not just make some rules?
You know what's ironic is that did you know that
because that one team on computer that used technique cooldown, they couldn't do the in between bosses. Well, you can still smoke their times anytime. What's rules to rules? And I will say that
they're on PC. We're on console.
Let me say this. Let me say this. By the way, I will agree with you on technique cooldown. By the way, I did a build to do that testing that I did, where I had cooldown on technique cooldown and everything. I could sync shot 3 guys and get my technique back.
And this week it's slowed down, and you can still get it back.
I can still get it back in 3 sync shots. Yeah,
that thing isn't even working.
So right there, without it, it's 6. Remember, it's always been 6 sync shot drones. So right there, that 60% is 200%.
Either way, I'm saying that the technique
or 100%.
Looks like it's crazy, but at the same time, most of the guys that I play with don't play with it. And here's the other side of it too.
And now
I've only gotten 2 M4s in the raid on all of my 3 characters. And you know what?
Yeah, I'm saying both.
You know what both of them got?
I'm saying both. Everything's got technical down. Everything's got technical down.
I'm about to make a raid loadout video to tell people that if they really want to fuck some shit up, use technique cooldown on an M4A1, go get a 5.53 scout with 3-round burst, and load your rounds into that, because
Day Zero game
they all do 500 at this point.
No, he didn't. I'm just teasing. His was absurd. His was
absurd. If he did, he's... Yeah, no.
It was absurd.
But
that was something we talked about the other... That's something we just talked about the other day.
It's just going to be in the video.
Well, and
as far as weapon goes.
And here's the thing, though, is all I want to be able to do, and the only reason that I'm championing this cause is because I see so many people getting attacked. Dude, I wake up every morning to comments, which I'm sure it sounds like you do as well, comments or messages or drama or whatever else, but it's all coming from one. All right, yours may not be.
No.
I would rather
isn't.
It come
yours
from
isn't.
One person.
Mine's all coming from one person. Mine's all coming from one person, and that's Evie. Evie will not let up on the fact that she believes, X, Y, and Z, that the Cerberus is a crutch. And all I ask for is this, not even for my own sake, but for the sake of the community. There's a gun out there that's a prize to beat Cerberus. And don't get me wrong, I agree with Rob. There's a lot of people that are going in and freezing the boss. And I had somebody mention that to me the other day, and I said, yeah, dude, I don't freeze bosses. Not going to happen. If I'm there, I'll jump out. If you go to freeze a boss, not going to even happen for a second.
So I think people get the us telling people what to use thing from if we're having a competition with someone, and I think it's a little bit and we just feel like it's disingenuous to use a method that is like just ridiculous, like a technique cooldown. When you're trying to just have a competition with someone, and like one team has already stated that they don't believe that that's a method, then be like, okay, then we can't compete with you. Don't beat back and forth 3 times, and then when they set a time that you can't beat even with something that they think is disingenuous, throw a hissy fit. I'm not saying Glenny and them did that.
No,
but two other teams did.
2 problems. First of all, when you say that there isn't, or that you don't have anything against it or whatever else, one of your newest videos, when you talk about your Ghost Recon Breakpoint speedrun, has got a picture of Nate on top of your, what did you call it? The Cerberus 2000?
It's a cannon. What's wrong with that?
The Cerberus 2000, isn't that what you called it?
And somebody called it the M8200 Cerberus, and I said the M82000 Cerberus sounds
There you
better.
go. So you
And
called
what's
it
wrong with that?
You even did it. I think you even did it in the middle of your stream. As you called it the M82
I did.
Cerberus. Again,
So what?
making fun of a gun that is.
It's. I'm saying. I'm saying.
Okay, but okay, wait a minute. I need to wait in on
has
that.
more power than
the
a
M82,
gun.
The
If I can't make a meme, then you guys
the M82000
taking away my
was
First
meant
Amendment
as
rights here.
was a complete joke because of this has gotten so out of control. It's got so over the top. We made a joke about it, trying to lighten it up a little bit.
We are not suppressing a gun here.
You know what? I have said
if anybody watches my stream at all regularly, Evie and I have helped people through the critical raid plenty of times using the M82 Cerberus.
Anytime someone asks me what I use, I tell them what I use, and I'll do a loadout video right there, and I'll say, here's what I got. But you use whatever you are most comfortable with. If you're most comfortable running around with a bow and arrow, you know, by God, use the bow and arrow. Yeah, I'm probably not going to raid with you, but
in a speed run, we just don't.
As a joke, I'll raid with you anyway.
Yeah, I don't, Rob. I haven't seen any of that kind of stuff come from you at all.
I just have a feeling that, and I know Rob feels this way, that in a speed run, I think you still want the boss fights to be boss fights if you're gonna sit here and say world record. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter. World record. There's no Guinness keeping track of this shit. You can call whatever you want a world record. I can call my base jump just now a world record and post a video about it. It doesn't bother me if other people
do.
Go? No, I landed right on top of that white tower. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, because I'm going to jump a little bit further.
Well, then you could post a world record video. But what I'm saying is, it's just, I don't know. It comes down to people taking shots at us because we post a record saying, oh, we just put up the fastest time, and then someone will use the technique, starts with the technique cooldown and shaves 20 minutes, then they beat our time, and then they rub our faces in it, and then a week later, we beat that time by 5 minutes, and they can't get any faster, and all of a sudden we're the douchebags.
I mean, again, I agree.
And it's happened time and time again.
I agree, and I understand.
Time and time again.
I guess the reason we all came to talk together was because...
If there's malice built up about that, we've been bullied about it too.
But my point is this, though. I guess we're having this conversation because you wanted to settle it between us, right? You wanted us, and then don't get me wrong.
I just want to settle it total. I want it all.
You can't settle it total. We can try. We can settle between us, and then we can have talks with our other camps and say, hey, everybody, do me a favor. You know, we kind of squash it. Or better yet, they can watch this video and say, you know what?
Yeah.
These guys all are friends, apparently. Listen to them. They're not screaming and yelling at each other. They're getting along with it. They came to some conclusions together.
I've been kind of a dick.
Whatever else.
Pretty much most of this video.
Most of it, yeah, you have. You have, but I figured I'd let you say that as opposed to me saying it. But the point is that it gives us an opportunity, and dude, you don't think I'm passionate about it too? Not to mention frustrated. What happened? What I miss, Rob?
Oh, Basie said, I think he's got the solution. Basie's got the solution. He says the only way we're going to be able to resolve this is if all three of us come together and run a raid on PC with the one and only Basie using the M82 Cerberus. So he would be using it.
Basie,
no one else would be able to use it.
You would have to get your M82 Cerberus first, big guy. Oh. He wants us to take him through critical. I didn't get to tell you that yet, Rob.
Yeah, just
or help him with the critical.
Problem. I got you, bro.
But anyway, that's not the point.
He was having a conversation with me today, by the way, about the Cerberus and sniper rifles being too strong, and he's telling me now that he doesn't even have one, and he's telling me the gun's too strong. Basie.
Well, he's a Delta company.
I mean, he
has more information than the people on the Ubisoft forums with the auto answers. They do. Delta company has more information than the people with the auto answer notepad. Like, oh, here's what you say when.
Yeah, no, technical helplines are this. Yeah, they're reading off a script. I get it. It's the same thing. But the thing is, again, for us is it's a simple fix. It's we keep, is to not have people saying that the M82 Cerberus is a crutch, is a cheesy thing. Is it? I'm calling these things for newbies.
I will always still say that it can very quickly become a crutch. If for some reason tomorrow Ubi decides to take that 60 away, and they didn't mean to nerf and buff all those guns, and people aren't going to be able to kill the bosses with the M82 Cerberus anymore.
Not the way they're used to.
They aren't going to have a lot of practice with other guns. I'm not saying you guys. I'm just saying people in general. I've had people in my stream say, on my channel, leave comments saying, I'm terrified of that gun because I remember after the DMR glitch coming back to the raid, I couldn't fucking do the regular raid.
I went and did a normal raid as a medic using a Coblin. I don't even remember if it was today or if it was yesterday, but whatever.
I'll get you a cookie later.
I want one too, by the way. I want a chocolate chip. But here's the point.
Called me out on it.
It's not like you have to use that weapon in order to beat the raid. It's not necessary. I go on a raid tomorrow.
Some people do.
The other ones
is what I'm saying.
And so they need to use Nate's thing and practice to get good and get better. Then.
And now you're talking about a crutch.
If that gun is what makes a difference,
so you're saying
it's really not.
You agree it can be a crutch.
Do you know what? Oh my fucking god! Do you know why that gun is so strong? Do you know why that gun is so strong?
No, I don't.
Do you know why that gun is so strong? Because obviously you don't understand why that gun is so strong.
Because it does more damage than all the other guns?
No, that's not why that gun is so strong. And it's
then I don't know how this game works.
Me. Then I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how it works right now. You ready? Are you nearby? You're close enough to hear this, right?
Right below you. Yep.
There you go. I just put out 5 rounds from this weapon. Where's your Tech 50
It's a high rate of fire. I stand that.
Rob, you have your Tech 50 on, right?
What is that?
Okay, wait. No. Let's slow down. Because now you're saying it's because of the rate of fire, but it's still, if that in a boss fight is doing 60, 70 points more damage than my Tech 50, that just you're making his point that it's OP.
That it can be a crutch.
Because now it's a faster rate of fire and it's doing more damage.
Off that gun.
That's the main reason that it's stronger is because it's that way.
Well, wait a minute. But that's the exact reason why they nerfed the M4A1 is because it had a crazy rate of fire.
But here's
and
the
to
thing.
balance those guns, they nerfed that one.
Here's the thing, though. Take 5 people and give them all that gun. And let them try to get those 5 rounds to land on target, and only some people are going to be able to do it. Not everybody's going to be able to do it. It's more difficult. However,
it's easier to learn how to shoot that gun accurately than to do the boss. But sorry, go ahead.
Quickly though, to quickly land those shots.
Yeah, let me just use my assault ability real quick.
That's an assault. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about using a sniper. I'm talking about being a sniper and using it.
No, you didn't talk about using anything. You just talked about using the gun.
Well, and I'm saying, though, I guess I'll expand on it. You get more benefits. First of all, you get 30% more handling and 10% reload speed if you go use it on sniper class. Not to mention the breath hold.
Yeah, but I've got gloves that give me that.
There's another bonus.
Not that kind of numbers. Those gloves only give you 5% reload and 10% handling. So the bonuses you get with
10% handling and 10% accuracy.
Yeah, but then I've got ballistic advantage on. That's 30% handling.
There's 30%.
And then I've got.
So here's the thing now.
I can get 50% reload speed just by not shooting the 5th round.
The gun starts at 30. When you add ballistic advantage, there's another 30. Now you're up to 60. The class itself has another 30%. Now you're up to 90. Add the gloves that give you 10% handling. Now you're at 100% handling for the M82, which is what I'm rocking right now, that exact setup. And then reload speed.
It's a lot easier to fire, to learn how to fire a gun faster than to learn how to do more mechanics that you have to do without. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying if that gun tomorrow went back to the way it was when it came out, there would be a lot of people who could do a critical raid yesterday that wouldn't be able to do it, or we were able to do it today that can't do it tomorrow.
I guess
it is that different. Just the buff is that much of a difference.
I guess what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, I guess, in general, is that we haven't. It's fun. It's enjoyable. It's kind of like...
And we're not arguing that.
And it's kind of like this, right? Having sex with a chick that you pick up from the bar.
Hey, this is a family
next
video,
week.
bro.
This is his fucking stream. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Who cares?
I'm not monetized. What do I care? And I still am saying
Yeah,
that.
but you
I'm
got,
still saying
but
that
you got
mellow.
Iconics in there. He's a youngster.
Well, I'm not going in. I'm not being tawdry with it. I'm just saying, if you were to have relations, then if you want to put it that way, with a woman for the next week, look, why do it in the first place? You might get HIV from that. You might get this. You might get that from it.
Rob World Record gas throw.
But you might as well at least take it while you can get advantage of it, and take precautions in the meantime, or whatever you want to do. But enjoy it while you can. Maybe she'll be gone in a week, but take advantage of it while you can. May there be repercussions later? Maybe. And you know what?
Maybe.
When it's
and
gone,
then it'll be,
gone.
It'll have been a crutch, officially,
and you know what?
Point.
So
when I say it could become a crutch, you're saying that I'm right.
So I'm sorry. Then what you're saying then is that the Mark 48 and the Stoner LMGs were both
Mark
crutches.
14.
How did we ever survive when they nerfed them? Because we had those crutches and they nerfed them.
Oh, wait a minute. The raid did get exponentially harder. Everybody complained when they nerfed the LMGs. We all did. Every single person in the game complained when their LMG wasn't doing damage anymore.
And we adapted.
And we had to learn a new way to do it.
And we did.
So it was a crutch. So it was a crutch for us because it was doing so much more damage.
But here's the thing.
You're doing it again. You're assuming everything I say is about you and your team.
No, I'm saying in general. I'm not.
Or a team
I don't mean to.
equal to you and your team.
I'm saying in general. I'm saying for people in general, they should be able to
go
out and enjoy the weapon. So people in general,
it's not, and they can. I was just cautioning. I was just saying to use caution.
No, 2R, we're not
because
using LMGs.
Because it could become a crutch.
2R loves his LMGs.
Hey, LMGs are back, bro.
Them. They unnerved them.
Hey, God, don't start
2R,
that.
if you want to use your LMGs, they're back, bro.
All day.
You use your LMG.
Don't encourage
them. Use your 150 round LMG.
Don't you encourage them. Jesus, that's all we need.
Use your LMG. Those things put out work now. They're back.
Don't even encourage him, Jesus. He'll turn
off his phone. I see you. Bazy's over there. They're cheering in the stands right now. LMG, LMG.
Yeah,
they're getting excited.
Good for them. That's awesome.
Stoner.
But you know what? But that's how we originally did the raid, and then we got that silly silver stake. That silly silver stake that wasn't broken, but you could break the hell out of the game with it.
Yeah, Ubisoft said, "Oh, it's because you can't replicate it," and then it got replicated a week later.
And we're like, "Well, watch our videos because we're doing it at will." You know, it's crazy.
At the end of the day, I guess, and we keep, because you know what, we've known each other for too long, so we keep getting
sidetracked. Because you're not gonna you're admitting, you're kind of agreeing with me, but you won't agree with me because of the vernacular that I'm using.
And a lot of times communication breaks down over semantics. And sometimes it's that simple. I'm not using the word that you want to use.
Exactly. You don't like the word I use.
But communication is a two-way street.
And which is why I try to explain why I use that word and what I mean by that word.
All I want to see is people not get ridiculed for using this weapon. That's all.
Nobody's ridiculed for using that weapon.
They're ridiculed like crazy for using that weapon, dude. Look at Evie's channel. Look at the comments she puts up on stuff.
Okay,
she was posting about competition, and she has very strong feeling about that. I understand, and I understand what you're saying. We've talked about Evie plenty.
And don't get me wrong, by the way. It's a free world and a free country. Evie can talk about, well, I don't know what free Germany is, but she can talk about whatever she wants to talk about.
I don't know if anybody's free right now.
Yeah, I don't know, not everybody's free right now. But at the same time, people can talk about what they want to talk about. But when it's a constant attack about what's going on with that, it's just
let me
throw out a thing
in a way that
let me throw out a thing, a concept. And I don't know. I'm just throwing out a concept. I'm spitballing here.
Spitball.
Because like I said. I went back and looked on Ubisoft forum at that. I don't even know what happened. It was just
It got
conversation that went completely insane.
it got junior high super
I'll say
quick.
this. I'll say this. For every single one of Evie's comments, there was 5 to 6 rebuttals, arguing back just as fiercely as she was.
The same thing. The same
So,
thing.
so I would say this.
About
I
the
would
bikes
say this.
and about the bikes and the gate. So you could say it's not your people, but it must be somebody you know.
No, it was.
That's
No,
a point.
no, it was.
No, I'm just
This
saying.
listen. So
No, go
if
ahead,
you got
Rob,
4 or
finish.
5 people that she's now discussing with, she's going to respond more, and she's going to feel more attacked, just like you feeling more attacked by her posting 10 messages about on that one thing. But you have to go and take it into context. She's got 4 or 5 people that are arguing back with her, right?
You're talking about one
And we
post,
can-
though.
I understand that.
Well-
I'm not going through all the bullshit that's been going on. I'm not going to do that.
It can
I
happen
looked at
on
one
YouTube
post.
too, and people can remove posts
So
that they made.
What I'm saying is,
I'm not saying that's what happens every time. I'm just saying
is that when I looked at that post, it doesn't look like it's a one person arguing. It looks like everybody's arguing, and everybody's arguing against Evie, is what it looks like to me there.
and it starts
Now,
with us trying
I'm
to
not
put
trying
stuff,
to take sides or trying to point fingers at anybody. I'm just saying from a, aerial view, if I look down at the picture, that's what it looks like there.
No
So,
argument.
all
No
I'm-
argument. I agree.
all
I
I'm
would
saying
agree
is
100%.
We have to take things into perspective and say, you know what? We can agree to disagree. I don't use the M82. I've never equipped it. I've never shot one. That's not true. I haven't shot M82 Cerberus. I've never equipped it. I've destroyed 50, 60, 70, 100 of them, however many. Doesn't matter.
I like
That's
the
my choice.
FRF
That's the
too.
way that I,
Fuck you
that's the way
guys.
that I want. That's the way that I want to play the game. And if you don't want to play the game that way, that's fine. Whenever people were doing the technique cooldown, as soon as I saw somebody do that, I said, all right, well, it was good playing with y'all. I'll see y'all later. So that's not how I want to play the game. We can make choices
That
of who we
doesn't
want
mean
to play
stop
with.
being
We can
friends
make
with them
choices of.
either.
I didn't quit.
He
I
may
didn't
have
quit
come off
talking
that
to
way
those
just
people.
now, but
I didn't
it's
quit talking to people, but
not
I just
what he
don't. That's
meant.
not how I want to do it. I want to do the legit raid. I want to do it. I don't want to use the technique cooldown. Y'all want to use it? That's fine. That's y'all's business. Play the game you want to play. I'm just not going to do that. Whenever y'all are ready to. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm using that as an example. I'm using it as an example. I don't want to talk about the M82 because it's a way too hot a subject.
I consider the
everybody's gonna
3
freak out.
rifles with 100-round mags really borderline. Like that's pretty much the edge of safety, because those things, as soon as those things came in, we started mounting bosses like crazy too.
See, now I don't think, and I don't even use those. I use the Coblin instead. I prefer the Coblin over that, but I don't,
Damage to drones doesn't work either as a perk. I'm sorry, Deb.
It doesn't matter. I like the 7.62 round versus the 5.56
fine.
round. So
I'm just letting you know.
That's my preference. I like it. Which again, the damage drone thing's not working scares the shit out of me too.
I'm
but
gonna throw that out there.
yeah, and
for
a lot of this
people
stuff needs
to
to
use
get
perks in the raid and
a
stuff.
lot of this stuff needs to get tested. But here's my whole thing. The
Is Basie
entire
still in your stream?
Beezy
Yeah,
is-
he's still talking.
yeah, Beezy's still talking in there.
All right,
They're all dude,
Basie.
He said.
the stream's
He
out of
said we
fucking
sound like.
control at
He
this point.
sound like. He says we sound like we're on a short bus. And I
Basie,
would
we
like
are
to
on-
say I find that
I drive
offensive
the short bus and
because
stop hating.
I own a short bus.
And I got a new
So I
helmet.
find it offensive that you're pointing
Now
that
I
out.
forget what I was going to say to Basie. Never mind, guys.
I mean, forgetting chat for a second. I mean, and just talking about what we're trying to.
No, I actually wanted to say something important about the game. But go ahead.
I'm sure it wasn't that
You're-
important. But
No, it was.
but the point is that it's no matter what. It's at the end of the day. It's everybody likes to use what they like to use, and the truth is, you guys both run assault 90% of the time. It's
Yeah,
funny because I
for
was
a
just
fact.
talking to. Well, first of all, let me address what you said earlier. Let me go back a step here. Yes, Evie got attacked enough on the Ubisoft forum with enough contradictory views that she just said, "I give up. I'm done talking about it." She didn't want to talk about it anymore. She just wanted to walk away because everybody that she was coming against had a contrary view to what she had, and so it wasn't worth talking to, and she walked away from it.
Well, but from what I saw, half of them weren't even listening to trying to understand what she was saying. They were just arguing for argument's sake.
Right. It's difficult.
If you go read over it objectively, a lot of people in there are arguing for argument's sake.
And a lot of times lately, she's just been, after all the tests that we've done, I will say, a lot of the posts she's been putting up on, or a lot of the comments she's been trying to put up lately, have just been facts that we've discovered during testing, and all of a sudden, people hate it. And that's for the last couple of weeks since we've been doing the testing.
But
no, that's cool. Basically, I was just talking shit.
She went really in depth about it. Like, I mean, I'm talking. I thought my Discord broke because she posted 50 videos in fucking like 26 hours or something like that. But
well, I mean, the thing is that you can't go from it's and again, I've already complimented you on the video you did talking about whatever with that shit. But the point is, you can't go and go from being this attacker that's saying everybody's using a crutch and this person's wrong and you're wrong and that's wrong. So you're saying there's no
redemption?
No, there's absolutely redemption, but it doesn't happen overnight. If I'm married, which I'm not, but if I'm married and my wife cheats on me, I have a choice of either having redemption or just saying screw it and moving on. If I choose redemption, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a little bit of time. But then eventually it will work itself out.
When it's working itself out, and then out of the blue you go and fucking have a gangbang with like 20 chicks.
Well, come on, man.
That's gonna blow her mind, and she's gonna go crazy.
But hold on, that's a stretch.
I'm
the point
just
is
saying.
This: if Evie was trying to make, no, I've only ever done two at once. If Evie's gonna, going to
fucking guy,
if Evie's ever going to want to make a comeback and be a positive influence in this community, she's a good enough player, and I've said this before. I've said it before. She's a good enough player that she could do that. But she needs. It's going to take some time to gain back that trust of the community, and a star would be a fresh something on the channel, because look at all that negative energy on that channel. You can't. But and so
I mean, on what channel?
I would argue that there is a lot of negative energy, and I don't think it's just one way. We can all focus on one person, but it takes two people to argue. And on that forum,
a lot of those things
from the last couple days, it was much more than two people arguing.
No, but he's talking. I know what he's talking about, but a lot of her videos that were about specific people initially were PvP, and we all know how the PvP is on this game.
There was some of that, and I kind of passed over it, but there's like 5 videos of gamers gameplay up on her channel of her saying what a cheater he is, and this and the other thing, and there's like 5 videos, and there's one of mine, and like
Yes, we had a conversation after that about that.
But it's still up there. It's on her channel.
And did you know that there's a video out there of people? There's a video out there of people disparaging me playing on PC using a PlayStation controller or Xbox controller.
I gotta see that.
It's out there. The hand talks shit about me.
I gotta go leave a comment.
The hand talks shit about me.
He's definitely a cheater.
Because I use a controller instead of mouse and keyboard. So people are going to say what people are going to say.
And
I can choose to get butthurt about it.
Well, I would just say right back to them.
What I say is, get on my level. Get on my level, and then you can talk trash.
Well, then
then
to use that logic, then this will never get fixed, because if people are constantly going to be mad
But
those guys.
My example, things are fixed because I don't care.
Right.
Because I let it go, because I'm not stuck on it and so wound up about it that I need to attack constantly, and I need to, have the rally, be rallied around by 4 or 5 other people to go attack this person because I have a difference of agreement. I use a controller because that's what I'm comfortable using. And I don't care what people's opinions are. If you want to use the M82 Cerberus and you feel like it's the best gun, then by all means use it. It's your game. Play the way you want to play. So don't twist my words and make them try to say, well, it's never going to, because I resolved the problem in my major example.
That was my major problem lately, is people twisting words and twisting meanings, and it has nothing to do with Eevee. It's about stuff that I have posted and stuff like the cannon. People really gonna get hurt about a picture of Nate laying on a cannon with a fucking gun?
But here's the point, really? Though. It's a subject where it's a brand new weapon in the game. Like you guys have talked about, the game is not exactly in its best position right now. Hopefully, it's gaining some energy back, and hopefully
it is. It's in the best position it's ever been in, sadly. But
well,
go ahead.
So the point is, there's more of an audience, or there's gaining back some audience. I've even got friends that are coming back to the game, and I started playing PvP with. And
well, yeah, because there's nothing better to do. But
no, we're raiding I raided like 3 times today. We ran out of time for PvP. We took him through his first critical today. One of my buddies. I mean, we're having fun. There's lots to do. We're on here every day. We're on here cranking out content. Christ, look at my channel. How many videos are up?
For you to say that a lot of the hate on my channel comes from Eevee, not from like groups of people that decided they hate, like not from a certain groups of people, is just completely wrong. Because other people watch my channel and they watch Eevee and I all night fucking take people through the raid for the first time on critical or regular or both or all the time.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden,
time out.
It turns noon, and a whole bunch of people I notice are online, and then there's a whole bunch of dislikes. So yeah, I'm gonna assume this or that. Well, and you can't say, you guys have done it too. Assume that dislikes are from Eevee or me or other people.
So Greasy loves me, so he loves to throw a dislike on me. I love that guy. That's my boy. That's my dog. I'm gonna raid with him next week. We're gonna start our own channel together. He's good.
You should.
I like him. He does. He rocks. So
Greasy and the Bear.
I will admit. Don't even say that. Don't even start that shit. I'm not playing with that fucking guy. He's yours.
That sounded like a 1970s, early 80s, like Smokey and the Bear.
Greasy and the Bear.
He is all yours, buddy.
One thinks he's a genius. The other's unfair.
I don't know.
I'll write your theme song. It'll be all right.
We got to work on the lyrics a little more still.
Well, it was off the fucking fly. Give me a break.
Leave me out of that all.
I mean, Eminem would have been able to do it, bro. Eminem would have been able to do it.
Well, sorry, this is an 8 Mile.
Here, I don't know. You know what? I'm
over here on 1 mile.
I'm almost completely
Pop
lost.
Bear was about to admit something. So.
No, it just maybe there's a possibility that some of the hate that you're getting isn't coming because of the drama that Eevee, or the shade Eevee is throwing our way. But some portion of it, some percentage of it, of what you're getting is because of what's going on with Eevee. Because I'll tell you this, when you posted up that video about the M82, as I peeked at it today, it's crazy amount of dislikes on there. Which, you know what? Today was actually, you said something that pissed me off at some point, and so I was like, fuck him. And I did put a dislike on that video, I think, today. I'm pretty sure I did today, finally.
Thank you. I appreciate it's not official until there's a dislike.
Yeah, I put a dislike on there. But that was like one of the first times I actually had. Views. Yeah, that was like one of the first times that I actually had put a dislike on it. Because at this point, it really didn't make a difference, man. Who gives a shit? But I looked at the ratio, and you got a ton on there. What I saw on your channel didn't seem to happen until everything happened with that video.
Certain videos get a visceral reaction. It happens. Certain people decide they don't like people because the very first troll I got was because I made a comment about Donald Trump, and not as the president, but as a person. And oh my God.
Right. Well, no, I would have. If I wish I would have known, I would have started.
I should not have done
10
that.
Accounts. Yeah, no, I would have started another 10 accounts and put some negative stuff on there too, because I like Trump. But
no. I just
he didn't.
I'm just teasing.
You like Trump as a human being?
I'm just teasing. I think Trump is is just needs to
I
take
forget
his,
what I
his Twitter
said.
account taken away from him. But god damn, that guy can run a country. Our economy has blossomed because of him. But that is
Well,
my
we're not going to
personal
go.
opinion. That's
Yeah.
a politics. Leave that out. Leave
Uh,
that out. So that's a whole other conversation. Everybody's political views are completely all
I
over
want
the
to
place.
say
So who
something from the
cares?
beginning of the stream, Papa Bear.
What's that?
And it's not a criticism, not a shot at you or anything, but it's nor'easter, not northeaster. Just throwing it
What
out
the
there.
fuck? What is that about?
When you guys
What
talking about the snowstorm, but
I didn't even have a frame of reference because.
Well, I appreciate the glamour.
Assumed.
I appreciate the grammar lesson, but it's
no, I
my
didn't want it to be a grammar
been,
lesson.
My concentration's been elsewhere, but I've lived in
Never mind.
I've lived in the Northeast for years, so I'm pretty familiar with it. But my concentration was a little more elsewhere, and I was more concerned with ending the unbelievable amount of I couldn't even comment back to Evie as quick as she was posting to me on that video, let alone.
But that was my point is that you didn't have to. That was my point is that you didn't have to because there was 4 or 5 other people that were all commenting back.
No. You're talking about the Ubisoft. You're talking about the Ubisoft. I'm talking about on my chat. On my video that I posted, my video I posted, it is like out of control right now. On how many comments are on there.
How many views you got?
I don't care. I've got 140 subscribers. What the hell do I care about how many views I get on a channel? I'm grateful for every one of those guys. Don't get me wrong.
You're crushing it.
Don't get me wrong.
140 subscribers.
I'm excited to have every one of them come along, and I'm glad they're enjoying the content. Don't get me wrong. But I don't take any of them for granted. In fact, I play with most of them if I can. But I'm not trying to get all these views. I'm not. No, pause. Don't play the video. Just pause. I just want to look at it. It's got 30 on it right now, and I would, as a rough guess, I would bet another cookie. I'll bet you that cookie back again. That half of those comments are Eevees. Out of 30 comments, I bet 15 of them are Eevees. Maybe you're right. Yeah, you might be right. So it's just that barrage, dude. I just wanted to get on this chat to end that barrage. I want to stop that onslaught, and not just to me. I'd leave those comments open and let her comment on mine so she can barrage me, so that if she does barrage somebody else, or say those kinds of things to somebody else, whether it be on a forum or somewhere else, or in the middle of your live stream, some little guy who's playing the game and having fun with his MBD2 servers doesn't say, oh, I guess
today was my fault because I got worked up because of the forums last night, and I lost it, and she was backing me up. I might have got her riled up because she had just woke up. It might be my fault because she was backing me up.
In fact, I think I just got another comment on that same video because it just moved. The page moved. But the point is that it's not healthy, man. We're all here to have fun. But that's causing drama. What? We're not here to have fun?
No, I'm apparently not, because I've heard a lot of comments in streams about we're the fun raid team. We like to have fun and little digs and stuff like that.
Hey, bud.
A lot came from that too.
You're every one of us is a pretty square shooter.
Yeah, and I started doing that right after you did too. You're right.
If we were at a bar and somebody came up talking shit to us, they're going to have their hands full.
Yep.
No doubt about it. I'm not going to sit down and take it. Rob might be the political one for about a half a second until they said the wrong thing, and then he would jump in too, but...
I don't know. It depends on if I have them riled up or not.
Yeah, either way, though, it's not, you can't...
Then he might just join their side and fight me.
Yeah, you can't jump in the middle of something or start something, or all of a sudden I can only take a beating so many times. I can only watch, or see or hear about or be told by so many people about how Evie jumped in the middle of your stream and said this in some comments, or somebody else jumped in and said something in some comments. Check Discord, please.
What?
I don't know. Something's coming up and somebody's telling me to check Discord.
Check Discord.
I don't know.
Do not bring this to my Discord. Oh, jeez.
I don't know. He was apologizing about it's an apology about the short bus thing.
Okay.
Oh,
Basie? No, don't worry about it, bro. It's. I mean, I was just giving you a hard
Basie,
time.
we were joking. Poor Basie. We love you, Basie.
That's amazing.
Everybody go subscribe to Basie's channel. It'll be worth it for you.
Basie, I understand you can toggle on PvP stats and toggle PvE stats. You can hit that button to be able to see the difference, but once you're in the raid, you can actually see the difference as well. So they do have separate stats. They do check it and split it up differently for each one.
Rob's.
I don't know.
Check Discord. Which Discord are you referring to, Basie?
We're rocking like 3 different Discords, bud. So.
I don't see anything on Day Zero Gaming. Oh, he messaged me. Okay, hey, bud. I just want to say, don't worry about it, buddy. I really took no offense. I was just busting your balls a little bit.
And again, the bottom line is this: is that at the end of the day, I could make this real simple. I could just block Evie, and everybody could just block Evie, just like everybody else does, and they don't have to listen to what she has to say or whatever else she does. She can go post on her YouTube channel and have a ball and do her thing and say whatever she wants to. But part of what we do is support new players and help new players and try to help players get better and do things and whatever and have fun with the game, man. Just have fun in general. And if somebody's saying, you know, hey, that M82 you use, it's a glitch. You shouldn't be using it. Don't get me wrong. I do tell people, look, technique cooldown is kind of a little bit bugged, dude. Like, you really shouldn't use it. Use it if you want to, but it's kind of a waste anyway because of the time delay that it takes to load those hot rounds is a real pain in the ass.
Maybe not anymore. We'll see.
What? Maybe not what anymore?
If you could use a 5.53 with a 3-round burst, it might be worth it now.
It takes too long.
The time loading it in might be worth it to hit. You know how accurate that 3-round burst would be? 500 per round?
No, you're right. You're right. It might be. I mean, it might be, but it's just not. That's not, like, for me, it's not fun. For me, I love using a sniper rifle.
Exactly.
I love the fact that
that's why we didn't use it, and everybody thought that we were just being on our high horse. And that's why we don't like using the M82 Cerberus, though. At the same time, when we're doing our runs with our team, which we don't get to do many of.
No,
a lot of teams like to play together, get to play together a lot.
But here's
we
the thing.
don't get to do that.
If I go and I use
to today, we didn't get to.
If I go and I beat your raid speed run with using a Cerberus, Evie would be the first one to jump up and say it's not legit because you didn't use a Cerberus. My time killing whatever is not legit because I used a Cerberus.
And your team will be the first. And your team would be the first one to say ours isn't legit because we drove motorcycles through the gate.
That was the first time that was ever brought up.
You know what? I know, but it's
differently.
But I'm going to say this.
It was brought up about 600 times last night.
in that one chat, it's mentioned at least 30 times though. I read one chat, and that's like
to do with it.
It has nothing to do with what the discussion's about. But you know what? Let's attack somebody some other way because they do something that we don't do and we don't like it. So. It's a two-way street. So
if Mayor Barzini, if you're watching, your 32-minute raid is no good. We're coming for that 35. Because motorcycles don't count.
Just kidding.
I'm kidding. Great run.
It was a single chat and a single thread off of a chat where it was mentioned, and it was mentioned a handful of times.
I know, and you brought it up here today even.
Two threads. I checked the thread that you you chimed in on Papa Bear?
Let's keep count then. So let's say it was brought up a total of 10. No, let's say it was brought up a total of 10 times. Let's say it was brought up a total of 10 times about driving motorcycles through.
It's the point is this. The point
is if we're
it doesn't matter what the facts are.
Ubi, yeah.
It doesn't matter what the thing is. It's if we have seen it time and time again. We've been in this game for a while now. And we've had teams that have popped up that have been competitive for a while now. And every single time, it's like, oh, well, look, Gargoyle didn't move right. Or, oh, look, they skipped the intel over here at this base. One guy argued that we didn't get the trap intel that used to be at Forgotten Sanctuary. You know, the one you pick up, and all of a sudden, waves of guys start coming to kill you while you're trying to put your hands on the node?
Yeah.
And literally nothing else happens.
He argued that we needed to pick that up because it was there intended by the developers for us to pick that up.
I argued with Rob for a week about what Ubisoft intended and what they didn't. Because apparently
and I agree.
But
that's a silly point to talk about or silly point to argue about.
Well, but my point is that people are going to try to delegitimize any way that they can.
And
we've seen it time and time again. If you do a raid and you post up a good time, let's say we did. What did we do? What did we just do the other day? 39 something. And y'all go in whatever it is, and y'all do a 38. Well, I'm gonna say we can say all day. Well, that's because y'all use the M82s. But you better believe we're getting off our ass, and we're gonna go try to do a 37. We're trying to get a 35 because Mayor posted a 35 the other day, and then these assholes went and posted a 32.
We were 2 minutes fucking ahead of their timestamps at the end of Gargoyle, but we fucked up on the 35-minute
So the point is this.
Run.
The point is this. Just because someone doesn't say it doesn't necessarily mean it's malice. That's part of competition too, and people need to quit all this snowflake soft skin shit. And realize, back in the day, whenever I was growing up and I played sports, I was a great sportsman. I was not a bad sport, but I talked shit to the other team.
So,
at the end of the game, whenever if they lost, I still went and shook their hands. If I lost, I still went and shook their hands. And you better believe next time I was trying to beat them.
There were some teams that didn't.
And I've been competitive all my life as well. But so essentially, you're saying I'm a snowflake?
Is that how you took that's what you heard just now of all that shit I just said?
No.
That's what you heard.
I caught a bunch of stuff from what you just said.
That's what you heard. That's what you just heard.
That I heard
all that stuff I said. You heard me personally attack you.
You said that if calling all that stuff out was offended somebody, or saying some of that was that somebody was a snowflake from it, then that makes me part of it.
Well, if that's what you heard me say just now, if that's all you heard me say just now, then I can't discuss this with you.
No, I want to know.
Because what I said was,
Rob,
we need to
calm down. Relax.
I'm relaxed.
Yeah, but your points are getting much louder than they were a minute ago.
That's because I got to try to talk over you.
Dude, I haven't been able to talk for 20 minutes. I forget what my point was 20 minutes ago. Anyway.
All right, then we'll talk. I'll start talking.
I forget mine again. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't remember what I was going to say again this time. That's twice. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I was just trying to get you to calm down. I just wanted Papa Bear to get a chance to say what specifically.
We're talking about
whatever
6 things at the same time. I lose track.
Yeah, but what specifically he was.
To be honest. But what I was trying to say was that the essence of what Rob was trying to say was that if people are going to be snowflakes and get upset over somebody saying anything negative about what's going on with them, then that's kind of their problem. And I
don't think you caught. I'm pretty sure he's referring to the same people that are doing the same thing, kind of being just hypocrites. Hypocritical snowflakes. Like if you're
what I said was, and I'll be very clear on what I said, so that no one has to try to second guess what I said. What I said was, if you beat me, and you use the M82 Cerberus, I'm going to mention that. But you better believe that now my mission in life is to beat you back.
And I'm not offended
If
by
you
that.
take offense to the fact that I point out that you did it a different way than I did, then that's your problem. That's not on me. That has nothing to do with me. You need to figure out.
Russell.
And I'm not saying you. I'm using the word you because that's the normal human English vernacular.
I understand that, but notice my tone.
So don't take personal offense.
Say if anybody's...
Notice my tone throughout this entire conversation. I'm not frustrated.
Well,
I'm not
Rob
upset.
got really loud.
I'm having this conversation.
I'm frustrated because I said a whole bunch of shit, and what you said, the first thing that you responded was, "You're calling me a snowflake?" I never said the words, "Papa Bear, you're a fucking snowflake," did I? Never once. So don't try to create something that I didn't say.
I think that...
I didn't say anything like that, and it got twisted in your head just that quick. Just you can't even hear me snapping, but that fast into what was, and everybody on your stream heard you say, Rob just called Papa Bear a snowflake. That's what they hear. That's how the media works. That's how the clickbait on YouTube, the fake news is all about that bullshit. They twist shit around and it's like, oh, he said this. That's not what I said. I didn't say that once. I didn't once say anything negative about your team or anybody you play with or anybody in particular. I made general statements.
You made
and if you take offense to that,
you made a general statement that that reflects me. That reflects part of what I do. That if I take offense to
if you took offense to me saying that I'm going to mention that you did it differently than me, and then I'm going to try to beat your time.
No, not that you mentioned that I do it differently.
If you get upset that I say it,
nope.
You need to quit.
No. I wouldn't get upset about that. If you said, you know what,
but
you
that's
did
what I
me.
said though.
If you said to me, you know what, you bastard, you man-to-man, because we've had man-to-man conversations, you said to me, man-to-man, you bastard, you beat my time, but you did it with a Cerberus. I'm still going to go beat you anyway. That's simple.
That's what I just said.
That's not saying,
That's what I just said.
But here's my point, Rob. My point is that I don't have
That's
a problem.
the words I just said, though.
And I'm clarifying.
So how do they get twisted in me calling you a snowflake?
Rob, take it down 2 notches at least, bro, please. I'm not talking that loud. I'm not going like this in the middle of a conversation. I'm just having a simple conversation with you, bro. The same as you are, and the same as Rob are. You don't realize how loud you're going.
Yeah, but you also fake newsed me. You also fake newsed me.
I didn't fake news you, and I'm explaining. I'm explaining to you what I took from it or how I got from it. And by the time I get around to actually explaining, I'm so busy defending myself, and I'm not going to have a chance to explain what it is because we're just going back and battling over it.
Welcome to Evie's world.
Oh, please.
Go look objectively at that thread on Ubisoft forum. How many people were attacking her? Go look objectively. Look objectively. Don't go say, well, she was rude and she said these things and okay, but look objectively and how many people were anti-Evie and how many people were pro-Evie in that whole conversation.
Well, 2 thoughts. First off, I did look at it, and I did see her getting, as she put it, getting ganged up on, and she was at that point. And I've even said, by the way, to people in my camp, quote unquote, that I actually for a minute there kind of felt bad. She was getting kind of ganged up on with some of what's there, but then again at the same time,
can we put away this camp shit, please, as a group? Everybody put away this camp shit.
I don't know how else
community.
I don't know how else to refer to it, but I'm not
trying to.
Well,
I mean, you told me once that it's us against them, and I
think it
don't
is.
like it.
I think it's.
Well, then why do you have that mentality? Why do you have that mentality?
Why do I have what mentality?
I agree.
Us against them mentality.
That's the thing that's been bothering me.
Which part?
When you said is there's too much water under the bridge. I feel like it's us against them. And I don't see any, we can't end it. I can't just block her at this point. This is on Thanksgiving.
Because we were...
Which is essentially the same thing you said to me the other day.
Because Evie was there attacking myself and several of my friends who haven't even been active in this chat.
I was ready to leave that conversation and do my best to go talk to Evie and see if she could even get in a conversation with you guys, but it's too much water under the bridge. No, it's you guys versus us. Sorry.
Here's the thing. After we had that conversation, I've even said on my streams there was a change in Evie. Evie backed off of some of the stuff that she was saying things about. She may have said some stuff on her channels, but she wasn't coming into my channel and saying anything or wherever else. Nothing came up until BZ came into my channel and was talking about, me using the crutch gun or whatever else. I don't even know if BZ plays anymore, but whatever. BZ, not BZ, but BZ was coming in and saying,
I don't even know
Greasy.
who that is.
I'm sorry, Greasy. Greasy was coming in. Greasy was coming in and saying, Greasy, sorry guys, wrong person. Greasy was coming in and saying that, and then all of a sudden,
I went over to give you guys a thumbs up, and he at first meant that he wanted to fucking stir the pot because that's what he does.
And he stirred the pot, and then Evie jumped in.
It became
more than what it had to be.
And so that was probably my fault.
No, it wasn't your fault. No, it wasn't your fault.
It probably was.
No, it wasn't,
because he wouldn't even have known you were streaming if I didn't say, I'm going to go in and leave a like and see how they're doing.
Greasy popped in and said, I was in your stream the other day and I left a like or said hello or did whatever, congratulated you. I don't remember what it was. Actually, Robin even had a conversation in Mayor's stream that was positive. We've all had positive conversations.
I was on with Robbie, I remember that.
Certain personalities sometimes have different conflicts. Greasy, when he came into my stream, came in aggressively. And then with what he said, I thought at first, and I even apologized to Evie, I thought on the stream, because at first I thought that it was Evie under a different name coming in, because I couldn't imagine who else would come in and attack us, and it turns out that it was Greasy. So when Evie came in, it was too late. She was already going to be set off, because here I was accusing her, or, Greasy of being her, or accusing her of being Greasy, and so it was already a bad situation no matter what.
I mean, but if you think about it,
it went sideways.
Why the fuck would Evie have a second account when she says everything she needs to say or wants to say on her first account?
No, that's a good point. I remembered the story that you told me where somebody created 10 different accounts to cause...
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've had it a couple times, more than once.
Yeah.
You'll have it, too.
That's one of our trolls, yeah.
I guarantee you, by the time you get to 300 subscribers, you get at least 2 of those.
I mean, I've got 2 dislikes on this chat alone, so who knows who they're from. I do have trolls.
No, one's from me.
Okay, there you go. So,
but he's disliked it. He disliked it because he's on it.
It's not a stream unless it's not an official stream unless it has a dislike.
It's true. Either way, it's not about all that. It's just I don't know. I agree 100% with the direction you've taken with trying to find what the real numbers are.
When it came down to it, I just wanted to. I just want to put an end to the camp, the us versus them mentality. I don't like those guys because they raid with these guys, or because did you know the Hand has a Discord, and if you're a member of their Discord and you have raided with us before, me and Rob, then you are automatically start on probation, and you are watched closely.
But
and if you are not elite, immediately they will kick you out.
You're not their level, what they consider elite.
Or if you continue to raid with us, they will kick you out.
The thing is with
That's
our
story.
With our
I don't want
to
degrade to that with people I still consider friends. Like Glenny, Gamer. I haven't even known Gamer that long. Played with him twice. He's a great guy.
Gamey and Glenn are both in the house as of now.
And Glenny, he was in our his first raid.
I think we raided his first raid with him.
His first raid.
Which you
one of the very few people who didn't wipe on their
first
raid.
Glenny Gamer, if you guys ever wanted to, you're welcome to jump in this chat, obviously. I just have it locked right now because we don't want strangers jumping in this chat. And out of respect for these guys, I wanted to keep it so that it was quieter.
Chat. I thought you meant the voice chat.
No, I meant so in this game. Actually, they both couldn't join this game, but either way.
Oh, okay. We're in game chat. I keep forgetting we're not.
Yeah, no, we're in game chat just to make it easier.
I'm surprised if you had it on public, a 4-year-old would have came in at some point. Happens to me all the time.
It's public.
Oh, you're a streamer? I've never played with a streamer before.
Yeah, right.
Like some 10-year-old.
No,
Yeah, it's happening.
No, I don't ever leave it on public, but I always leave it so that friends can join. But I have it right now set up so friends can't join, so that it's so it's a little bit different. But
You soap in your mouth, Cody?
Yeah.
What?
Again, the bottom line is this: it's everybody has different opinions about different things, but to tell people essentially that something's overpowered or it's a crutch or you shouldn't be using it because of whatever reason just feels weird. Like for me, I played as Assault the other day, and Gamer and I were kidding about it because he's always like, "Dude, if you played with Assault, you would crush
Friendly
shit."
try hard. No one has ever said it's not legit. No one's made that statement.
He's saying it has been said that it's a crutch gun.
Yeah, but nobody has ever said it's not legit. I have called it, and it was taken completely out of context when I did.
You compared it to the DMR glitch, though, as part of the problem in that one video.
I said it.
But you can compare it to the DMR
damage
glitch. Single shot damage.
Glitch. Go glitch out a regular M82 with the DMR glitch. Guess what? The M82 server is just doing more damage. So you can't compare it because the M82 does more. But
well, wait.
That doesn't matter.
If you
it's not what I compared.
You say they both do 500 damage no matter what with hot rounds. Right?
Well, now you can't. There's not a DMR glitch now either. That's not my point. My point was that it was the next thing along those lines. High-powered gun that helps people in the raid. It wasn't a negative comment. It wasn't everybody that uses this is cheese and it needs to fucking be nerfed immediately, which is how everybody took it and said, stop saying that these guns need to be nerfed and this and that. I never said that gun needed to be nerfed. I simply asked the question to Ubisoft of whether it was on purpose or not, and I will accept it either way. I just want to know, because that seems like something that should have patch notes or an announcement, more than just a 15-minute maintenance that was supposed to be for disconnection issues.
I don't argue that. I think that to some extent there should be more.
Exactly.
There should be more clarity, right?
We need some transparency, though.
Yeah, transparency is a great word. We need more transparency as far as to what they've done in the game. However, the word overpowered implies that it's stronger than it's supposed to be, meaning that it needs to be fixed and lowered in power.
Guys, I already said in the chat,
can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Why is that so offensive to you?
Because
why is that so offensive?
Because I'm a sniper who loves to use sniper rifles, and I think that the gun is fine the way that it is.
But my question is, why is that so offensive? Like you're strongly offended by the notion that this gun could possibly be overpowered. Overpowered just means more power. It doesn't mean that it needs to be nerfed. That's what you're reading into and trying to decipher someone's meaning. But Baytman has explained several times. By that he means that it has more power than anything else.
Of the word, I'm still saying that what I mean by it. I'm not.
I mean, he said it 3 or 4 times in this conversation.
I'm saying it because that's my feelings.
He hasn't said that.
Too.
He hasn't discounted your ability to play the game because you use it. He just says he feels like the game's overpowered. So
I feel like
that's not an attack against you in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not saying
since the second week it has become.
But why do you get so? Why are you so? Why does that work? Why does that get you so worked up then?
Because if somebody,
why is that something that's so offensive to you?
Because if somebody stands from the top of the hill and screams, "This is strong. This is too much. This is stronger than it should be," or "This is this," or "This is that," and nobody else answers, there's only one voice to be heard. And that is the person who's screaming that there needs to be a change. And for instance, one of the main reasons that it really drives me...
Who said there needs to be a change, though?
Hold on a second, though. If you're saying that it's overpowered...
No, you just said someone says there needs to be a change.
If it's somebody saying that something's overpowered, typically, that means that it's too strong. There was a situation in Division 1...
So, you watched that video, is what you're saying, and turned it off right after I said that.
No, I watched the video...
Yeah, and I tried to explain in that video, after I said that, and apparently everybody turned it off right after I said it was overpowered.
No, I watched.
And then had an opinion on it.
I watched the whole video, and I was confused for part of it. I admit it because it was a little bit lengthy and kind of went around a little bit.
Because you read into it, you made a judgment about what I was talking about before you listened to it.
Do you have
any
idea how many times
wrong.
you guys have said that I've just assumed stuff? I don't though. I'm not a complete idiot. Believe me, believe it or not.
I'm not calling you a complete idiot.
I do listen to stuff, and I do
I'm just saying you can
comprehend what
be
you're
wrong.
saying. I can absolutely be wrong. I would not argue with that whatsoever. However,
damn it, I didn't have the recorder on.
Yeah, no, it's alright. It's live on stream.
Oh, it's on stream.
Yeah, it's live on stream. So we're good. It's live on stream.
Somebody clip that. We're not on Twitch.
No, we don't have to. It's already live on stream. You're good to go. They can pick it up later. It's I'm losing even track of where I was going with this. Was that
sorry.
Ubi's never going to say one way or the other.
No, I was talking to the chat. I really think they made this gun a reward because people wanted. It's kind of genius. People wanted the DMR glitch back, but now guess what? You got to go do the hardest thing in the game to get that DMR glitch.
I guess
that's genius to get people to play the raid.
The thing is this: like Rob's saying, why do I take it so personally? It's not that I take it personally. It's that somebody has got to speak up in defense of the fact that it's not necessarily overpowered. Is it really strong? Yeah, it's really strong. Now, don't get me wrong.
It's the strongest gun in the game.
It is the strongest gun in the game for a single, single bullet.
Other than maybe those cannons over on the raid island.
But not for sustained damage necessarily.
What do you mean for? I'm confused.
We use 100-round assault rifles and don't do as much damage as that gun does over time.
I've gone against Cerberus, and I felt like I've done more damage with 2 clips from a.
Okay.
From a.
I'll say this. Okay, but whenever Evie has been in the raid, or I've raided with, maybe not even Evie, I don't know, because I've raided with so many people. When I have raided with people and they're using the M82, I can see their shots.
Yes.
I can see their shots. I know when they're shooting. I don't have to listen. I could be muted.
That is when people are using sharpshooter rounds. Only other time in instance in the game when you can see shots, a single shot in boss damage.
And that's on any boss.
You could do something similar too, though, with a regular M82 because it has a 130 round per minute rate of fire. Actually,
Basie, it's just it was fine where it was, but the plus 60 is what pushed it over the edge. It became that's in my opinion when it became overpowered. In my opinion, everybody. In my opinion, that's when it became overpowered because people were not destroying raid bosses the first week with that gun like they are now.
Here's the thing, though, is that essentially too, though, I speak very passionately, I guess, about sniper rifles in general because I like to snipe. I enjoy that more than any other part of the game. Where you guys like to play assault more and play more with assault rifles.
They buffed up all the sniper rifles because they needed it in the raids, and that was a good thing.
Yeah, it's been a good thing. One, you can actually use it.
Didn't need to be buffed,
but they took the most powerful one and then gave it the biggest buff.
Right, but it's also the reward for being the hardest content in the game, which we've seen in other games. Not saying that it's always correct.
I just think it's funny.
Typically, they do come out and they say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe we made that a little bit too strong." I don't know that they ever nerfed the Fatebringer, but
they nerfed the shit out of the Fatebringer. I love the you're getting in my heart now. I love it. I played with the Fatebringer for a year and a half, and they killed it.
Yeah, well, there were quite a few weapons that I really enjoyed. The nerf to the Gjallarhorn was just fucking ridiculous. They just crushed that gun.
The Thorn, they killed the Thorn for PvP.
Exactly the flip side too.
The Thorn died as well.
Use it.
But the Thorn was fucking OP, and I'm gonna say it. The Thorn was ridiculous.
But here's the thing: I don't want to see
and
people get. All I want
we have a big problem. People think that we have this big problem with the guns because we don't use them in the raid.
All I want to see is this. All I want to see is this, though. I just don't want to see people get ridiculed for using that gun. I don't. It's. I'd rather not hear it say.
And I'd like to not be ridiculed for using
every little joke we make about a gun that we think is overpowered, or the word overpowered, or just any opinion someone might have. I mean,
I'd like to not get ridiculed for using a controller when playing on PC. Their opinions, and I can either be upset about it, or I can just be like, I don't care, get on my level.
Someone told me that it was
you could say the exact same thing, because I'm probably not nearly as good a sharpshooter as you are.
Listen,
if I tried to do a rated sharpshooter, I'd probably die 35 times.
I could probably,
which is about 2 more times than I die as assault.
You're good.
I've never played with mouse and keyboard, and I could probably get through a regular raid on PC with the mouse and keyboard the first try.
Oh, I can't.
I wouldn't even come close.
I'm just saying that's how much easier it is to do damage on.
I wouldn't even come close for that, but
I'm just saying it wouldn't take long to, because people don't realize on PC that how much more damage you're able to do, because when every bullet counts, people don't realize on PS4 how many of the rounds they're hitting.
That's Two-Wire. We're about to become friends, Two-Wire.
Just don't talk about LMGs.
Become best friends.
No, don't talk about fucking LMGs.
No, LMGs. I'm with you, Two-Wire.
No,
LMGs.
Stop down.
LMGs
Jesus.
to the front. They're back.
No.
Your dad's big. My dad's gonna beat your dad up after school.
I can do this. I can do that. My dad's bigger than yours.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't get that one, but
I think we killed the point.
Your dad is 5'6", Glenny?
I think we killed the point like an hour ago, but
Gamer, I think you got Glenny.
I think at the end of the day, we need to work as a community to tear down these walls that are kind of these
Mr.
factions.
Gorbachev, take down that
wall. Yeah, let's do that. Let's. The Zestava was a beast for about a minute.
If anybody doesn't like anybody else, just don't talk to them.
Or do talk to them, because maybe you've never played with them.
Yeah.
I've never played with. I've never even talked to Gamer. I think I've raided with Glenny twice. I have him on my friends list, but I haven't talked to him.
Now you're saying you don't like Gamer?
I can fix that.
I'm just saying that maybe me, Glenny, and Gamer make a better team than with Baytman and Evie and Papa Bear, and maybe we make a better team, and maybe we be
Gamer that were the ultimate team, not you.
Yeah. Well, I heard about that. I heard that I'm not on the ultimate team, that I'm just some other also played.
There can be multiple ultimate teams too. I play Ultimate Team on FIFA.
Just kidding. Reagan, you're now taking.
See, now that's what I want to take down is.
But it's not going to come down, though, bud.
But have you ever, Gamer, have you ever played with Evie?
And talk, like, is that if?
Have you ever played with Evie?
If you're not
pretty damn good.
Just completely ignore the person and block the person.
Bateman. Oh no, maybe he didn't. Bateman and I. No, he played with Bateman
I'm just saying. And if you're not going to block the person, then the next thing the first thing to try would be just get in the room with the person.
Can I ask an honest question?
Go ahead.
Okay.
And stop me if I'm wrong here, but most of the people that I talk to suggest to me that I should block her. And most of the people that I talk to have told me that they've already blocked her.
I told Gamer and Glenny to block her a long, long time ago.
But so you're telling us to mend fences with her, but yet the advice that we're getting from everybody and that you've even given to everybody is to block her.
Well, if we can sit in a room and fix it, is that not better?
But
sit in a raid while going through a raid. Maybe people end up liking each other. Me and Rob yell at each other and say some psycho shit to each other.
Me and Two-Wire just became best friends. We're LMG buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Stoners.
We're stoners.
the damage is done. I mean, if that's how you're gonna be, then that's how you gotta be. But that doesn't mean everybody has to be that way, and that doesn't mean.
Gamer, there's two ways to look at that. There's two ways to look at that. You can say I'm on her channel being called a cheat, a fraud, or a liar.
Mark 48, bro.
And here's the other thing, bro. You could play with us and just show us, hey, I am legit. Here's what I'm doing.
Well,
he has.
And then you know what?
Robbie has.
I've never played with him once. I don't know. I've never played. Okay, I'm just.
He had a ball.
I understand. Okay, great. All right. I'm not giving say
no,
please.
Say it. Please. Go ahead.
Well, what I was saying is, he's saying that if she's been calling him a cheat or fraud or whatever, then play with us and show us that you're not. I'm not saying you have to prove yourself. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you want to take away anybody's ability to talk trash about you, you just go shut them up. That's how I learned to do it. Oh yeah, I'll just shut them up. I'll just show them what I'm about.
I didn't.
You don't have to prove yourself to anyone.
Didn't Glennie run with you, Baytman and Evie? I'm
not
saying him, but Baytman and you guys set some kind of record or something, or came close or whatever, and Evie blamed it on Gamer on Glennie, like holding back or pulling out or something or whatever.
I don't know. So, she wasn't the first one to say that, but I immediately and still disagreed and said and told Glennie that it was out there.
Did you tank it at the end?
And,
is that what you did?
Like, if you're gonna tank a raid, I don't know how you tank a raid. And that was the first time I ever went under 40 minutes on regular. That's what that was, Papa Bear.
Yeah.
It wasn't a record because someone had hit 37 prior, I think, or 36 or something.
Yeah.
But it's it was. I went to him and told him that someone had put that out there, and others had started to believe it and feel that way, and to just fucking ignore whatever comes of it, because I
heard that for the first time like yesterday as a joke. Somebody made a joke about it.
No, that wasn't a joke.
Not like yesterday.
I don't know.
We were joking around,
yesterday.
and somebody said something about the raid with something about Glennie.
No. We were talking about the raid, but we weren't joking about him tanking it. I wouldn't joke about him tanking it because I don't think he tanked it, and I would never think that he would tank it.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't hear.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that you said. I wasn't saying it was being serious. We were joking around because we were struggling yesterday because it was the middle of the night. Quite frankly, I was tired.
I don't know. I don't remember. It wouldn't be funny to me about. I don't know. I remember a conversation about it. I don't remember why it was, or what the tone of it, or what was said. I'll shut up now. I'm just mumbled. There.
There are several sore subjects on all kinds of fronts, but again, I guess.
Right, and we can either fix it or
listen,
fix it.
I'll say this. You're loyal as fuck, Bayman. Evie's a good friend of yours, and you're standing behind her 100%. I give you nothing but fucking credit for that. Nothing but fucking credit for that. I feel exactly the same way. I stand behind my boys 100%, no matter what happens.
Daisy's trying to dip early and shit.
Daisy? Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, are we done? Can we go now? Sorry, I didn't mean
Daisy wants to nerf the shit out of sniper rifles, so please, I hope he can go away now.
Daisy's the one that told me that Ubisoft wanted to buff them.
You can't. You gotta watch what you say there. I don't know.
He's a spy for Ubisoft.
I think he is. He should keep an eye on all of us. I just, I'd love to see the drama end and everybody just be able to have a good time.
Yeah.
So then let's all agree to just let it go. Start over fresh and new.
Let it go. we can have so
no, you want it to be over so we can just start fresh and new. You know, it's never too late to have a good day. Let's start new and say, you know what? It's all water under the bridge. Let's go. We're a community. We're a united community.
So now we're talking about technique cooldown in the in the chat and all that.
The chat's kind of going out of control. I put like 3 or 4 people in charge of whatchamacallit now, because in charge of moderators now to try to keep it under wraps somehow so it doesn't get out of control. Because again, I think part of the problem is this: the way in EVs, everybody has their own personality.
Wait, but she's defending herself. She doesn't use technique cooldown.
I think what he's trying to say is that she's repeating kind of the same thing over and over again. Evie just has a different way of expressing herself, and sometimes it comes across as.
I mean, you gotta also remember that English isn't her first language.
No, and I've given her
I'm not
credit.
saying that's.
No, and I've given her credit before.
That's a
for
temperament excuse or anything.
In fact, Baytman, you and I had that conversation. I don't speak any more than English, and I was pretty impressed when anybody can speak any more than English.
She was speaking with these Italian kids the other day that we were playing with. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm pretty sure she was using Google Translate, but still. What about Rob C. Papa moving forward?
I don't know. Basie says to try to admit that he's better at raids than all of us.
Listen, Basie's the best raider ever. He's done, I think, like a whole 3.
Crikey, mate! I speak Aussie too, Dame.
He's out of this world. He's done like 3 raids, dude. I'll never get my counter up that high.
Because it's
sad
broke.
Facts. I probably won't. Let's see. We know we've definitely done over 1,000. I haven't even checked it lately. I think I broke 250 like last month.
I mean, as far
290, holy fuck.
As far as the whole situation, I think no matter what, it takes time for some stuff to heal. Sometimes
it does take time.
Sometimes a little separation is a good place to make everything and let everything go heal.
I just wish we wouldn't. We all can just agree to not just sit here and say never. That's all.
No, I know, but Rob just said something like he didn't not.
Yeah, it sounded like he didn't like.
He didn't approve of that comment.
No, I'm back down to. I was looking at my raid completed. I'm back down under 700. I'm not happy.
My god, dude! I thought you were fucking mad at us or something for something we said.
Bro, we've got
my
video
raid
footage.
Counter only worked 500 better than everybody else. Fuck off. You still have proof that you've done more raids than anybody on the planet with the counter, even if their counter works. Yeah, I'm just disappointed.
I don't know. I know
I was disappointed in during the 300 raids that I was stuck at 80.
It is somewhat tough to have a 2-on-1 conversation, but at the same time, I think we're relatively close. But
tried to stay away from 2-on-1 for a little while there. I tried.
Yeah, no, I know.
So did Rob in the beginning.
Yeah, Rob was really good at it at the beginning. But chat, I have no idea what's going on there. Hopefully, I made everybody I could find just about it.
We just got through a whole heated conversation without Rob and I yelling at each other. That's difficult to do.
That's impressive.
All right, so actually, it was kind of my fault that he was yelling in the first place because I said fake news, not Papa.
Yeah.
And I know it gets him riled up, but I didn't know that he was gonna. I thought he took it as a joke, and he didn't. That was my fault. That was a fake news.
Yeah,
what damage is done?
I think that there were too many times I think when Evie and Gamer and Glenny all kind of went head to head.
I didn't read up.
To where I think they're just.
Don't tell us to just mute your mic.
They're just at a point where it's too much for them at this point, because they'd rather have fun than to have any drama, and so they'd rather just avoid it.
I was just I am.
You were offering an olive branch. I get it.
He's right. I'm just saying, try not to say never. You know, that's all. Just if we could do that, I would consider it a fucking super win in a stream I didn't even want to come in because I don't know, I've been having a lot of problems last week about with myself because I was awake for a really long time and lost my fucking mind.
Nice.
And then, yeah, literally, I could not get my body to fall asleep, and my brain was, that was the other day, then I got a little bit of sleep, and now I've been up for 2.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, Dame, is it going to take 5 hours for you to connect? But...
What are we doing?
Oh, Dame asked, will anybody play with me? I said, I don't know, Dame, is it going to take 5 hours for you to connect?
Pistols only from now on, Joku. That's funny, buddy.
What do you say?
Joku wants to play pistols only from now on.
Have you done a pistols only raid? It's so boring.
It takes so long.
Oh my god.
Joku beat it on beat ball on critical with pistols only.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. Credit where credit's due, but on regular, it's not that hard to do pistols only. And what you call it was acting like they were the best because they always did it the hand. And they were like we did our first time. It was just super easy and super boring. I always wondered why their videos were fast forwarded, and then I found out why. I wish I could have fast forwarded reality when I was doing a pistols only raid.
It just takes a long time because of damage.
I don't know.
They did a whole no perk, no gear score, or lowest gear score possible raid. They called it their homebrew.
Again, a different group and different concept, but
yeah, and they are a bunch of. I will never raid with them. Put it that way.
No,
I don't even know. I don't even know them.
I don't know them.
I know
either.
one guy that I know one guy that plays with them.
fuck.
I know one guy that plays with them because he used to raid with us, and he decided that he was, since they let him in on the team, that he would quit playing with us to go raid with them.
I don't know.
I'm like, okay, whatever. Good luck to you.
I would do no perks, no class abilities. I wish you could choose a no class in the raid. I would like to do that. I don't know why they did the whole classes anyway. In Wildlands, it was only PvP. I don't think PvE needs classes. Special abilities.
I wish I could figure out if we actually got anywhere tonight. I'm not sure that we did, other than to come down a notch.
I feel like we did. I feel like we did.
I feel like we came down a notch, but at the same time, it's
if you're mad about anything I said in your video earlier,
I'm not.
I was throwing that grenade for this reason.
No, I'm not.
Because I'm like this end. I'm like this. This needs to stop.
No, I'm not mad about anything. I'm not. Okay. First of all,
we can disagree, Papa Bear. That's okay.
No, listen, we totally can agree to disagree, and
we can misunderstand each other.
The same thing with Rob.
That's fine too.
It only happens once in a while. We've known each other for a long time. If there's something that we're unhappy with, and we throw stuff back and forth.
Better.
If there's stuff that we want to throw back and forth because we're pissed off about something, fine. And then
Glenny, don't say the P word.
We're big boys and we sit down and we talk. Save egging for Tal's petition. We can sit down and we can talk. The problem is that again, while you've had a multitude of people giving you an onslaught, and I've had one person, and so have my friends had one person give me an onslaught, and I know this is not an answer you want to hear. I just don't have a solution for it, and I don't like the solution of hiding in a closet and ignoring that situation.
Well,
I don't know how to handle that.
I don't know that anybody said hide. I don't know that anybody suggested hide in a closet. I don't even know what that is.
Well, that's blocking her. That's blocking her. That's blocking her.
I think it was a South Park episode about Tom Cruise and.
No, in all seriousness, that's Baytman telling me to block her from the channel and just ignore the things that are said.
Well, it's either that or go hash it out. with that person. There's
I can't. I've
two
tried.
things to do.
But I tried that, babe, and I tried that on
I
Ubisoft
don't remember.
forums.
I don't.
You saw it on
No,
Ubisoft forums.
I mean, like,
I tried to have a conversation. Do you want me to one of the last messages? We tried to talk. Do you want to hear one of the last messages she told me? She sent me. She sent me a message telling me about what a horrible human being I am. You know, and so on and so forth. We've had this conversation. Actually, I think I already told you about that message.
I've been called worse by her.
Yeah. So, you know, it's
and Rob, but I mean, I've been called worse by a lot of people, and I probably am worse. But
and the thing is, it's not the end of the world. I don't give a shit really, but it's just the point that it's pushing buttons. I mean, and then I've had friends that I consider dear friends at this point that have gotten considerably harsher comments pushed towards them. So it's just a different. The water's really muddied, and I don't know of a way to get that clean unless we have a time period where there is nothing going on.
Well,
and then it's a different situation.
It's got to be. That's the only way it's going to work anyway. Is if shit calms the fuck down, and if it does, then something has been accomplished.
Well,
but that's got to be everybody's comment.
Everything's fixed.
But that's not a one-way street. That's everybody's got to stand down.
As these two groups, I feel like there's people out there. I feel like there's people out there taking sides when we're not encouraging them to, on either side. In fact, I know there are, obviously.
Right.
I mean, Papa Bear can see it. I can see it. You can see it. Just in the forums last night, you can see it.
I can see it.
But I mean, it comes down to if we agree here that we basically just the fact that we know that have that knowledge that we're not sending anybody after each other. We're not talking shit about each other, and it's done. Now, all those negative people are just trolls again. They're not, you know what I mean? There's not that thought in the back of your mind, like, but someone is purposely sending people to.
No, I agree.
You know, or turning people against you or anything like that. You know what I mean?
We've killed that concept, but part of my concern is twofold, I guess, really. One is that anybody that's in our houses, when I say in our houses, I'm talking like Glenny and Gamer are some of my best friends.
Dude, I've known Glenny for quite some time. What I'm saying is, though, from those guys, I don't see throwing any shade whatsoever towards anybody. And I would be surprised if they did, if they agreed to kind of step away and just not talk about it, just kind of let it go. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. I don't even know.
But you're not able to do that because that's what you just said.
Well, no, I'm reading a post now from Evie that's in the middle in the comments that Papa Bear just posted a video.
I'm reading up.
Accusing Baytman video comparing DMR glitch to M82 Cerberus. So I was just reading part of what's going on with some of that. So.
Yeah, I was reading up from that too. We had that conversation. Evie, we've already killed that video as far as conversational topics go.
And I was in the middle of a sentence, Rob, going one direction, but I read that comment. So I mean, that's kind of part of my point is from within
going both ways here, though, too. I mean,
well, because there's some issues too that it's not just us that have to fix stuff; it's other people that have to fix stuff. But I agree. You know what?
I need to fix stuff personally.
Here's the deal, bro. Love me or hate me. You guys know that I'm always honest, or at least I like to think I'm always honest with you. I always tell you what I'm thinking, at least, whether or not you like it. It's what I'm thinking. Most of the drama that I've seen come our way has come through Evie. So I don't know how to handle that. I don't know exactly how to deal with that, because I'm certainly not going to block her. To make it so that it's a better situation than what it is right now, because it doesn't just come with me. It comes to a lot of my friends as well, and then a lot of other people that I know. I've seen that shade come to them, and I don't know how to deal with that, for one. For two,
I don't know how to deal with people I'm good friends with not liking me just because I am friends with someone else and like them. And okay, if you don't like the fact that I backed them up once, like, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's what I saw and did at the time was what I saw and believed.
I'm
sorry.
I don't agree with that video you posted whatsoever, but at the same time, I'm here. I don't hate you for it.
I'm not asking you to agree with it.
No, I don't agree with it. I think you were wrong, but it was your opinion. I don't like any kind of the word nerf, especially Rob knows when you hear the word nerf in Destiny, it's like hold on to your ass because they're about to just spread us wide and kill it. They're gonna kill whatever our favorite weapon is.
I mean, guys, who's actually having a conversation with Evie? Because it doesn't help that like 6 people are piling on. Me too. All right, Bazy, see ya. Take it easy.
But part of the reason people pile on sometimes is that
but a conversation can be a conversation.
A conversation can be a conversation.
And it could be a conversation right now, but I'm seeing five on one. Like you were just talking about 2-on-1 conversation, and I mean,
to use your logic, Evie could just leave the chat, and then she's not getting bothered by any of these guys. So to use your logic, I'm not saying she should, and I'm not asking
use your logic. She isn't.
I'm not asking her to because I'm asking her to because she should be heard. But at the same time, there's a reason why so many people jumped on her on that forum. Was is there a possibility because more people share the opposite view to what she shares?
Well, it wasn't just her they jumped on. They crashed the one that you agreed with me on, and she wasn't even in that one at that point.
Would they crash? Which one I agreed with you on?
The one with the where you posted on too about asking them about the nursing buffs.
Yeah.
They went in that one too and just turned it into a party.
I missed all that. I didn't see all that kind of stuff. I don't get it because
it went on last night. It wasn't that long. There was like 5-6 posts, and then
I missed it.
It was. I don't even look at it because I'll be the first to admit that I try not to let what some people say get to me, but it doesn't mean I don't get mad when. The internet is the worst because you can't talk to someone face to face about shit.
See, now, here's the thing, though.
It's another thing that one more thing I will defend Evie on is she does not have a voice on here. She has typing words. No.
All right, so here's what I don't understand. I've watched videos when Evie first started her channel, when I first met Evie. Evie had 5 or 6 videos up of her speaking German. I've heard her.
Yeah, I've
seen
heard her speak German too.
I've heard her and I've seen her speak German. So it's not like she has to type. She can have a voice if she wants to, in all fairness. Well, I don't know the whole story.
None of us understand German, though.
None of us understand German, but sometimes she speaks English better than I do. She at least types it better than I do. She types it a hell of a lot faster.
I've never heard her speak English, and from what I understand, that she isn't good at it. But I don't. That's what Day Zero told me. I don't know. He might be full of shit too. Only Evie knows.
I mean, and Evie's got something else going up too with. I mean, I don't know. There's a whole lot going on in chat that's not even going on in here, but there are certain things that are triggers. Evie puts in her vids that she's sorry if her vid got someone exposed. Sorry if you took offense to that. It's not. It's not.
You sure you're not talking about my last video?
No, she was talking about not for me. She was talking about. I think what she's doing is she's talking about like Lenny or those guys being exposed. They use technique cooldown at some point or other in some game or wherever. Somebody, video? I don't know. Who knows, dude? Some video. She's got a million videos up there, so who knows?
I promise. She plays a lot of PvP, video. And a lot of that is about.
No, she said that they did a raid run. I was reading it. She said that they did a raid run And they claimed it was legit, but you could see that they were using the technique cooldown ones. Evidently, though, from what I understand, some of the, I think it was Gamer said, yeah, but that was before we agreed not to use it. So, maybe that's what started that dialogue of, let's find some consensus.
I didn't even know there was ever an agreement not to use it.
I don't know. I'm not involved.
I don't think we made it that far because I think it.
I don't think it came along those lines. When he says they made an agreement not to use it, I think he talked about his team.
No. Back it up. That's I don't know who made an agreement. I can only tell what
we talked about it.
Right. No, I'm explaining.
Right after we played together, everything kind of went to shit.
I'm explaining that at one point or another there was enough buttons pushed where I know for a fact Glennie deleted everything he had that had technique cooldown on it, so he never had to hear that he was using technique cooldown, because he could beat the raid with anything. I've played with Glennie and Gamer. They can use anything. We can all go in as Pathfinders or medics or whatever else, and it's not the end of the world. They don't need technique cooldown. I've seen Glennie play. He doesn't need it. So he deleted everything he had. So when they talk about that they made an agreement not to use it, I think probably in most cases, since we as a whole can't seem to agree with Evie on anything, I doubt that there was any agreement with Evie that was that way. I think that it was more along the lines
I think it was when we played together, when I played with Gamer, and then we were talking about it, maybe. I don't know.
I think that when they say it, when they say they're talking about, they're Glennie, I'm sure.
Themselves. Because this was before you came back, right? No.
Yeah, no.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, no. Once I came back as part of when it all started, but they came at it. But...
Everybody hear that? Pop Bear just said everything's his fault. Sorry.
No, when I came back as part of when they around the same period of time, though, I was around enough to hear it that I saw the stuff go on between Evie and these guys, and hey, listen, at the end of the day, sometimes people just have a really hard time in fences.
Like, one of your first days back, we had a conversation about technique cooldown, and you said maybe you're biased because of other squads. And I said, yeah, I am biased because of other squads, and I know Glennie's a good guy and all them, and I don't think they're bad people. I just don't like the technique cooldown.
Yeah, but when I came back, you and Evie also told me. I have a text message from Evie telling me about her technique cooldown build and how she told me how to set it up with the M4A1 and everything else. You were there for that conversation.
Yes.
The conversation you're talking about was later on.
Speed runs. Well, yeah, when we were raiding together, it was about speed runs.
But you were saying before that,
you had only raided with them once at that point.
Before I raided with them, when I first came back, we did that blaze on the brand new content where I didn't even know what the hell I was doing. I was just telling for dear life.
The one I'm talking about was
later on. There was a discussion about that.
After you did one raid with them.
Yeah.
You were talking about how organized they were on their speed runs and all that, and then we got into a conversation about the technique cooldown in speed runs, and I started telling you about the past troubles we've had with squads that, it's okay, and then
time out.
All of a sudden,
time out. Read chat for 20 seconds. Read the last 20 seconds of chat. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's progress.
Would be.
Oh, never mind. And we're back.
What happened?
No, Evie was, I don't know, I missed part of it. I saw Evie actually apologize.
That's why I said it might be, because he said, he said, take your videos not about me. And
that's when she blew up and said, don't
I think
channel. So,
I don't think that was a blow up at all.
That's not a blow up. You guys can take it as a blow up all you want, but she doesn't have a voice to use emotion with, and I promise
I mean,
you
that's
not
no
a
more of
blow
a
up.
blow up than gamers blow up.
Because
or Hildy's blow up, or
I asked her.
it's a statement. Don't read into it.
Glennie asked me to ask her about that, and I did ask her to take them down, and I asked her if she would take them down, and it's her channel. I couldn't make her do it. I mean, if
I'm not saying that.
but
I'm not
at
saying
the
you
same
have
time,
to. And it is her channel. It is her choice. We're talking about mending fences and everybody bending a little bit to come together, and that's to take down a couple of videos that show them
maybe
and their content.
Well,
just show them and their content. Like there's my video, like me playing, is up on her channel.
That's not what I was trying to say. Like, okay, if you don't want to take videos down, can you at least maybe take my name out of the title?
It's not even that.
It would have been good to.
Bait, it's not even that, bud. It's not that. It's our footage.
No, it's all or nothing.
It's our footage.
Doesn't matter.
No, it's not all or nothing. Rob, why are you
so
antagonistic, bro? It's my
I'm not
footage.
antagonistic.
It's my gameplay. It's not all or nothing. It's the fact that there's a video of my gameplay of me playing is on her channel.
I don't understand what's wrong with that.
To show me playing on her channel and then say that I'm using some kind of an exploit. Gamers saying that there's 4 or 5 videos of him and his gameplay.
But the gameplay part, it being your gameplay isn't. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the context that you guys don't like, right? You're not saying it because I remember the one time you threw out the words copyright infringement, but.
Well, it's like showing you riding if I took a video of you riding, cut up a video of you riding, everybody riding bikes through the. I'm just using this as an example, but just like took a video of or cut up a video of your streams or whatever of you guys riding bikes through a fence, and I showed it like 50 times and said, "Look at these exploiters." Yeah, you could, but it's not. But what the fuck do I care how you get through a fence or how you get through the boss?
Dude, when you're playing the game, YouTube gossip
have fun
channels.
with it, man. Have fun with it.
All they do is talk about other streamers and show their content.
There are definitely people out there that talk shit, but you know what? We don't do that.
We call them trolls for a reason.
You know what? Let me give you a great example. Have I ever put a video up on my channel, or have you ever put a video up on your channel where we slam each other? Has either one of us ever slammed each other? We slammed.
Just define slam.
Slam, slighted, anything. Have we ever put a video up on our channel where we've said, I
don't know. According to you,
negative?
I have, because you've been offended by some of what I said, or felt. I don't know if offended is the right word there, but you've you took offense to some things that I've said.
I don't think I've taken offense to...
you also took them out of context, and I'm trying to explain. You took super offense to the word overpowered, and it set off a whole fucking avalanche of shit that landed in my lap.
I don't like the word overpowered because I don't want to see something get nerfed. Because Rob, you've said it better than anybody else. As soon as somebody said Mythic Class said...
The word overpowered leads to things getting nerfed.
Leads to getting things getting nerfed.
I don't work at Ubi. I don't work at Ubisoft. And whether I use the word overpowered or not...
Can I tell you a quick story?
They aren't... First of all, they aren't gonna, but...
Can I tell you a quick story?
Spent that whole... No, not till I'm done. I spent that whole video... I made that whole video to pose the question to Ubi if they meant to do it or not. So whether I said overpowered or not, if they didn't mean to do it, they're going to nerf it. If they did, they're not.
You made that whole video in defense of the video that Evie put up the day before on that particular gun. But my point was that there was a guy, and I can't remember his name for the life of me. I could find him somewhere, but he did a lot of Division videos. And he went into some new content that they released, and he played it before everybody else had a chance to.
Exactly.
And when he went to go play it, he said, "Oh, this stuff's like way too easy," and he's playing it on computer. And he's playing it with a mouse and keyboard on computer, so at 120 frames a second on computer, playing Division, and it was so easy. When you watch the video, he's taken like a sniper rifle, an M1A. And if you ever played Division 2, it's not the easiest gun in the world to go do a straight headshot on, but you can do it.
I have.
You can do it, but it's not the easiest thing to do repeated. Every person in the room.
Sniping on that game isn't easy, period.
Well, but take an M1A now and snipe everybody in the head inside of a closed room, in close quarters.
No, definitely not.
So he went through this whole room and did it and just killed everything like it was nothing. And then he posted up and just said, "Look how easy this game is. This is so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, this content is so simple."
No, I
so
understand
easy.
that.
And so, no, here's my point, though. The point that I was trying to make is that because this YouTuber put this video up, the company, Ubisoft, took that Division 2 content and made it more difficult. So all of a sudden, all of us on console that were struggling with the content because we were on console, and it is more difficult on console.
I remember people weren't going to raid because they weren't raiding because it was too hard after they made it harder. I remember that.
Yes, because it made it harder, because these few guys that were on PC made it more difficult.
But now look at what people are doing in their raid on Division 2, though.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Division 2 raids, too. I've got videos of me doing it, too. I did it, too. I have a whole clan in Division 2.
But I feel like with the Delta Company, if they're using it correctly, if I pose a question, if they do something if they're doing something on purpose or not, like, I don't think they're watching my videos defending Eevee for saying it does more damage with DMR glitch. Yeah, really, if they are, then they really need to fix their fucking priorities. As far as the other one goes that I actually sent to them, posing the question. I mean, if the gun gets nerfed after that, it's only going to get nerfed by 2060 max, because it got buffed 60.
Can I tell you something about Delta Company? And
it's bullshit. It's garbage.
I had a conversation with a Delta Company member today, and I won't mention their name, and I won't say. No, I was trying not to mention their name.
It's okay.
Okay.
Daisy don't care.
I know that, but I was trying not to spot somebody out there. But in this conversation with him about sniper rifles, he doesn't use them at all. So in our conversation, he asked me, how much damage does that weapon do? Well, how about this one? Well, how about that one? Well, what's the fire rate? Well, what's this and what's that? But yet he was telling me that the M82 Cerberus needed to be nerfed. Yet he didn't know the range of what the rest of the weapons in that class did. Just bear with me. Just bear with me for 1 second here.
He probably said that because I talked to him earlier today too.
But the concept is that the whole everything that has to do with I'm sorry, I got distracted because there was some chat going up here. I'm going to try to ignore chat. So the concept of everything that goes on with sniper rifles, right? With as far as for getting it modded and everything else, Delta Company is supposed to be there to do some of what. Well, you know what? Honestly, to do some of what you did, where you went in for a couple of hours and figured out details of what everything looked like and what potential looked like and what weapon damage looked like and everything else. I've gone through and done some of the same testing. So my point is,
they sent a message really early when they denied every full-time raider entry into Delta Company that tried to apply. Like, we're talking people like all day, any day. He had 11,000 subs at the time. Why would you not want someone like that who raids all the time in a game that you are testing raids on in Delta Company? Like, I feel they have deliberately left the raid out to dry, and I don't think they ever intended to make a second raid, personally.
See, I disagree. I don't think they ever. I mean, I'm not saying anything about the second raid, but I don't think they ever left the raid hanging out to dry. I think the fact that they changed, even though when they put it in, it was a surprise, and we still don't know exactly what they did. But when they made the weapon updates and gave certain weapons more power and certain weapons less power, and tried to put a little balance into the raid, I think that's a sign that they went and touched something in the raid. I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm saying that it's a step. It's one way or another.
It's a step that they announced was to be released in February.
Either way,
the critical raid, the raid difficulties were supposed to come out in February.
I'm not arguing
that's past February.
Yes,
I'm not arguing that. But here's what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is, though, that I realize that it comes late, but at the same time, it's still they didn't have to change the weapon damage. numbers of the way they changed them to adjust the M1A and to adjust the 416.
Honestly, dude, I know you really don't believe this, but that could have been an accident. That's why I'm legitimately asking. Because shit like this has been happening with this game all the time.
But bro,
where
look at
they
the
don't
numbers.
even know what's going on.
No, first of all, can they completely fuck up? Yes. And I played Division long enough to see Ubisoft just really screw the pooch on so many occasions. No doubt.
It's not. It's different. It is very different.
Either way, I've seen it. I've seen it in
It
general.
wouldn't be the first thing very much like this that I've seen.
Bro,
the
raid counter the raid counter hasn't even worked in the entire lifetime of the game. So I'd argue with you. I agree.
They fixed the disconnection issue. How many times? And base jumping. They fixed base jumping 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I'm not arguing any of that stuff. But what I'm saying is
it was perfect in my life.
What I'm saying is though that the numbers, the way they have changed inside of. I like to at least think the club is half full. The way the numbers have changed. No,
I'm not saying it's bad if they did it on purpose either, though. I feel like you have an idea that I don't like the nerfs and buffs.
No, I never said that.
I have no opinion either way. I'm
you
just
want to know whether or not
it out there that it could possibly be a mistake. And it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if it was.
I don't think you're ever going to hear one way or the other if it was a mistake. I don't think they would ever admit to that because then it would show fault, and they don't want to show fault in anything possible. So no matter what, you're never going to get an answer to that question. But I would still like them to say they did do it on purpose, even if they didn't. Then. And I would say that looking at some of the adjustments that they made and some of the things that they made, stronger or weaker or whatever else, wherever those adjustments are, I would say that they're evidence that there was some thought process behind what happened.
But don't mistake updates to the raid that they promised a year ago finally getting done as them finally starting to care about the raid. Because like I said, they have already said they're never doing a raid again. Failed experiment on Ghost Recon, which is a damn shame.
Well,
because this is one of my favorite raids ever.
I mean, the thing is this though: if they finally did do something, that's a good thing. I don't care if it's 6 months late. I don't care if it's a year late. They finally did something, and I'll tell you what, too. Not only did they do something, but they did it in the middle of a pandemic when everybody's on lockdown. Now maybe that's easier for.
I'm just saying, don't mistake it for like a change of heart or starting to care.
I'm not saying they're like pro Ghost Recon Wildlands and this franchise is gonna, or Ghost Recon Breakpoint. This franchise is gonna set the records and they're gonna redo it. The game has had poor reviews since launch. It's been a mess since launch. This game,
we know that. Without reviews, it could have been. It could have done.
I will say this. This game is 1,000 times better than Cyberpunk, so we should be happy that we have this game and that it is as great as it is.
Well, here's the thing,
too. It could be Cyberpunk.
We're saying that, but
this game upped the ante on Anthem, and then Cyberpunk is like, fuck y'all.
Let me tell you something. We've been sitting here for 3 hours talking about this game, so it's very clear how much the three of us enjoy playing this game.
Yeah, I'm real tired of people telling me, accusing me of hating this game. I'm really tired of it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be asking Ubi this stuff and all that, and if I didn't care about the goddamn game. I wouldn't be passionate about the way people who I'm competing against are playing if I didn't like the game, and I don't know. I think it was in your stream the one day someone said something about me losing my love for the raid or something like that for a little while.
Yeah.
And I did, but they said it was about negativity and stuff. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with people I was friends with, and I'm probably. I understand how Glenny and Gamer probably feel now, and I apologize for making you feel that way. But it's when people all of a sudden that like were in your stream all the time, you're good friends with, are all of a sudden like trashing you for no reason.
Hey, I need to address something on the chat.
I agree.
Because we got some fake news happening.
Yep. Thank you
no
very
one
much.
ever said anything negative against Basie.
Yep.
What?
So
no, nobody's been dragging his name through the mud at all.
Somebody posted up, we're dragging Basie's name through the dirt. We're not. No one's ever said anything negative about Basie. So let's not try to make headlines, guys.
No,
let's
you know what?
Make my spot here.
Nope, there's an easy fix for that. Do me a favor and put that guy on a, I don't know, 2-wire. Do something to him.
Who is that?
It's DB, whoever DB is. Kick him
I don't know who DB is.
I don't know, but just block him or kick him to the curb or something.
Basie is like,
I'm saying kick him to the curb. I'm just saying let's not make up headlines.
I told everybody in here to go subscribe to Basie because he's one of my favorite streamers.
I talked to him for a while today through Discord chat.
After I finally convinced him to start streaming.
But yeah, there's no reason to bring that kind of stuff into here. That's all.
No.
No reason to start that kind of stupid stuff. There's enough without it. That's going to help. There's enough other stuff going on without
we got plenty of drama here already.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bring it out, sir. But
wait, I gotta pee. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Don't say anything bad about me while I'm gone. Damn it. Rob.
We're blowing up this channel now.
Don't say anything. We're alone in your stream, bro. It's over. Yes, I hope they heard that. I hope Glenny and Gamer heard that because.
Well, I don't know. They just started arguing with.
I mean,
they started arguing with Evie.
I know.
Back and forth or whatever. So I don't know if
I'm talking about
for them.
If I made them feel the way that I felt. I'm sorry because it sucks to feel that way, and I am sorry for it.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That's all.
I mean, hopefully some things were resolved, and hopefully we can move forward. It's just discouraging whenever,
we'll see.
You know, whenever it's just, I don't know. Hopefully things, you know, I don't even know those guys. I've never raided with any of them, other than Glenny once or twice.
I am very good.
So I'm always
very good friends with. I'll just say this. Evie is a very good friend of mine, and I consider her a friend outside of Breakpoint. You know what I mean? Like not just a friend that I play one video game with or anything like that. I consider her a personal friend, and I'm not gonna stop playing with someone just to appease a group of people, and that's not a shot at anybody. I don't want anybody to take that the wrong way, but I mean, I would hope that people wouldn't expect me to do that. That's all.
To do what now?
I was saying how Evie, I consider Evie a very close friend, and even outside of the context of video games and stuff.
Right.
And I
said that before.
I just don't want people. I don't want people to be offended, but I don't want people who have a problem with her or whatever. I don't want them to. I would hope that they understand that. That's all. And I also said I was sorry to Glenny and Gamer if I made them feel the way that I felt when I was losing my love for the raid and didn't want to play.
I don't think that it made. I don't think.
No, if I made them feel any kind of way like that, I'm sorry. That's it. Not the same exact way. Just if I made them feel.
I don't think they're here anymore anyway, so I don't think they're going to even catch that.
Well, I said it before. They heard me.
Well, I think their conversation ended at some point with Evie. They just kind of, again, I think that is one bridge that is burnt at this point. But who knows?
It seems that way, yeah.
Who knows? But and just like you stick by Evie, I'm riding whatever direction wave they're riding it. So I'm in kind of the same boat. But I wanted to at least pull us all together and talk about the stuff that we started talking about.
it's you know what the thing is though too, Wire. It's not brutal on us because we're content creators. It's brutal on us because we make a lot of friends, and then people all of a sudden turn on you. That's what's brutal. Like, and it's gonna happen over and over again. You're gonna have because you can't sit I can't sit 1,800 different people down separately and make sure check on everybody's feelings and shit, you know? And yeah, there's people that I talk to more often and all that stuff, and people I actually play with, because what's the point of even having a channel if you're not going to play with the people that watch it, you know what I mean? In my opinion. I know there's a lot of them that don't, but I don't think that. So it's just, it gets more personal that way. So that's all.
I mean, I think, and listen too, I do appreciate everybody that's kind of hung out with us here while we've been kind of going through this, and Two Wire Hildy especially. I appreciate you guys because I know you've been very active in the chat and kind of keeping things under control. And so
Two Wire is the #1 consumer of Rotab Gaming merchandise.
Yeah.
In other words, the only person that's ever bought anything.
So
and Glennie was my first ever donator.
Yeah. It's a shame things are going that direction, but it is what it is. Maybe there is a fix for it. We'll see what happens in the long run. I think that the biggest, again, the two biggest pressure points for us, you already know. It's kind of not picking on our gun and not.
But we're not picking on your gun. We're having fun with the game. That's it.
Well, I guess
it's not a shot at anybody. It's really not.
Yeah, but you have to understand, if people are using the word crutch and glitch and exploit in their title of their videos,
I stopped.
You stopped, but others haven't.
I mean, I've said, okay, yeah, I understand that, but we're talking about us now, aren't we? Didn't we start talking about us and moving forward, or am I lost?
No, I mean, I'm still trying to move forward, and Nate's making a point, too, about mentioning burned bridges, but I can't...
Fucking Nate.
No,
Nate,
nothing negative.
Nate, me and you have a burnt bridge right now, son.
No, nothing. He didn't say anything negative. He's not being negative.
He doesn't need to. The fact that he's here now and not 5 hours ago is why our bridge is burnt.
Oh. Well, I mean, the point is that there's
I didn't read that though. So.
I haven't had the conversation yet, but from what I've seen, it looks like there are some people that are just not quite seeing eye to eye.
Well, I know. Hold on. I'm still reading here. I can't, Nate. It's a bad habit that it's really hard to break out of, and I believe it or not, I am doing better. So
could have fooled me.
Well, you haven't known me. Let's get Little Bear in here. He will testify. But
yeah. By the way, Nate, hope you are feeling better. I heard you weren't feeling so hot for a while. So, again, it's. I guess what the thing is. I guess the thing is like and I'm gonna. This is opinion. This is 100% my opinion only. I'm not saying this is anyone else's opinion. I'm prefacing this by saying it's only my opinion.
I understand opinions.
I think that Assault Class is one of the biggest crutches in this game. I went from playing Sniper and I played Assault, and I was like, oh my god, it was so much fun. It was so easy.
You do have more health.
It was so easy. You have all that health, and you use an AR and just destroy shit, and it's like...
What's the AR have to do with it?
Well, because ARs are a part of are perked inside the class, right? That's one of the perks is you get more
You
something or
get
other.
bonuses, but
Right, you get bonuses with ARs. So
a lot of people think the ability at this point does extra damage too,
oh,
but
I
it
wasn't
doesn't.
worried about that at all. But I was just worried about. I just like the fact that you got some bonuses with that gun as well. So it's
But
just plus
well,
the
I mean,
health and
it's the same thing as using the sharpshooter class. Like
no.
I
Yeah.
mean, there's a difference between crutch. Like, I'll bet you
I'll tell
if
you
you
what.
only, I'll bet you if you only use the sharpshooter, uh, if you only use the M82 Cerberus for all your critical raids so far, and I had only used an assault class, like, and I'm talking about if the game came out the day of the critical raid and we somehow already knew how to do it. I'm willing to bet that if I used assault class every time and used the M82 Cerberus every time, it would be easier for me to make the switch than you. I argue that. So if you want to call assault class a crutch, I think that that's a fair comparison I just made that
I and
could call the M82 a crutch.
I would look at it completely differently because in
That's
going
fair.
from
You're allowed to.
and maybe
We're
that's
talking
part of it.
opinion here.
Maybe that's part of it. If you switch from one class to the other, maybe the benefits of the other class shine through more. Who knows? But
I honestly, I have said numerous times, I wish there, I just said it before, I would love for there to be no classes in the raid.
no, I like the class system, but I just think that it's with the sniper rifle being able to, good God, dude, going in against Gargoyle. Have you played Gargoyle as a sniper with a sniper rifle and a pistol on the
Yeah,
critical?
yeah.
It's an adventure on critical. If you've played it, so you have played it with just a sniper rifle and a pistol.
Yeah.
It's an
I
adventure.
told you, I've used the M82 Cerberus.
Okay.
I'm not
Oh,
some kind
no,
of
I
like,
didn't. I don't mean like in the old criticals. I mean where you just all you had was a
oh yeah, I've
pistol
done,
and a
yeah,
sniper
I've
rifle.
done sniper rifles in there. I mean, I had another gun on me, but I didn't use it.
No, well that's what. Well then, how did you shoot the panels? What did you shoot the panels with?
The pistol. That's what we were just playing around. But
Okay.
actually, I shot it with a sniper rifle a couple times, but it didn't work out.
And then the
I
same
don't.
thing in like supercomputer. You know, going against drones and stuff with some of that.
Right.
It's a little bit trickier. It's way easier if you've got an assault class. Um, but that doesn't mean that they should.
Um,
I'm not gonna. I'm saying that.
this week it's not easier for any class because that bleeding effect shit is
But
insanity.
couldn't I use a sharpshooter class with a DMR and
Couldn't
get
I
all
use
the
a
same
medic
bonuses,
class?
and I have a gun that shoots faster and has less recoil,
Yeah, couldn't I get a
and
medic
still
class and still have it same
right
health?
now
And
has the same damage?
As a sharpshooter.
That'd make it pretty easy. Yeah, make it pretty easy.
I just don't
No,
think
but the
you
sharpshooter's not
can
gonna have a.
really.
It's not gonna have a 100 round clip though. To do.
I honestly,
No, but I
other
have my
than
technique that gives me 3 bullets that are going to be 500.
I understand what you're saying about the health,
But-
but there's bonuses to every class, and I
No,
don't think
I agree.
that
There
the
are
health.
bonuses to every class, but if you're only using one gun, you have to get that technique back pretty darn quick. So you'd have to use. If you were using theoretically, if you were using technique cooldown,
If the
and we-
technique
if we
cooldown
said-
worked correctly, it would. You'd still get it back pretty quick.
yeah, if you were
Yeah,
using
but but that's what I'm saying. The 553 or there's several DMRs that work pretty good that the technique cooldown comes back pretty quick. Even if
Yeah.
you're not using the technique cooldown gear, it comes back pretty quick.
Yeah.
And maybe I've only got a 15 round or 30 round magazine. It's a
I
30
never
round
put out
magazine
the
on some of
video,
them.
but I did a test of exact
I can
amount
shoot.
of shots up there,
yeah,
and we averaged. Didn't matter the raid difficulty. We averaged about without technique cooldown somewhere in the 90s, 90 to 105 range to get your ability back. This is with technique cooldown and without on the same gun. Usually an M4A1 because of the high rate of fire, and that's where it's really broken.
yeah.
And then without it, or with the technique cooldown, it anywhere between 30 and 40 rounds, 45 rounds would be getting it back. So that's that right there is 60%, not 30%.
Yeah, no, like I told you, when I used
You
the
know,
M4 build-up that I had, I got it
but
back
I've done it.
stupid fast in the normal
But
raid. So
when I tested it, they must have fixed it a little bit though, because last time I tested it, before that, like a couple months back, maybe even longer, it was like 500%. Like back when the hand did it, that shit was, those guys were getting it
yeah,
back in like 5 rounds. I'm talking, it was insane. So I think they have, even if it was by accident, like I said, I think they have fixed it a little bit, but it's still
holy fuck, chat
pretty
just
intense.
exploded between Evie and Nate posting.
Did
I couldn't even keep track of. I have no idea
Yeah,
what they're
see,
talking about, but
see, Papa Bear, you're not special. That
I have no idea.
she's just like having a girlfriend that you can't fight with, because by the time you think of your response, there are 3 topics down the road.
No, Nate's right in there. Right, Nate's right in where they're whether they're having some kind of conversation. But Rob, I caught part of what you were saying, but either way, I think that you could.
Well, Rob and Nate are like having a psycho girlfriend too, or something.
I think you could adapt to, without a doubt. You could probably, if you wanted to, you could take that 553 scout if you said that, if that's what you were using or whatever, and a sharpshooter class and be able to adapt with it. And be able to be strong.
I mean, I've run that exact setup plenty of times, so
yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, I know what it has the ability to do.
Yeah, so I'm sure you could then could make a change with it. I just know from being used to being a squishy sharpshooter, it's when you switch over to assault with what you're able to get.
It feels crazy.
Yeah, it feels.
But that doesn't
different.
mean you're not conscious of your health. Which are, I mean, yeah, if you switch over from assault class, you might like die easy once or twice, but then you'll start paying attention to your health a lot more.
Well, no, I mean, it's not that I'm dying from it that much. It's that I notice it dropping more. But with the assault, you're just able to sit there and take it more.
No, I'm talking about going from assault to another class. That's all.
Yeah.
I really think that you adjust quickly, because dying is the ultimate teaching tool.
I guess it depends. It depends
Not
on
in
the
real
players.
life.
We're not talking about, you know.
So I checked the list of known issues today, because they were all proud and announced on their site that they didn't add anything since October 1st.
They added something about the MK17.
Look at the bottom of the page.
The MK17 laser sight, I think they added, or something.
No, that's still from the 10.1 post.
Okay.
If you look at the 11.18 post, it's just a blank page.
Yeah,
and
I don't know.
And it says new additions blank page.
I don't know, but
that's what I was gonna ask Spacey about.
Hey, listen, dude, I'm excited that they just threw out a new raid for us. We got all kinds of new weapons and stuff going on. We got stuff going on, so I'm.
New difficulty for the raid.
Well, we had new weapons coming too. So
don't say new raid, yeah, but someone in the stream is.
Well,
trust me, I've gotten.
The mechanics are different, so.
It's kind of like mentioning the word DMR glitch back when everyone was looking for one.
No, well, I mean, I look at it as a new raid because
what
there's new mechanics that are in there, but however they want to look at it, it's cool.
Are there new mechanics, or is it really just sped up mechanics?
No, it's new mechanics. I mean, you gotta.
Or more intense mechanics, the same ones.
It's just.
I don't know what's new.
I think it's just. I don't know. It's
I
different.
know what you're saying. I agree. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the critical rig.
They raised up the ads and they made the gas.
I love it so much that I wanted to do speedruns all day today, Nate.
And we were all on for it, Nate?
Yeah, we were all just sitting there, and Nate's like not answering. Couldn't even text us back and be like, "Oh, yeah, I can't come online."
Well,
because
I'm falling out over here, boys.
Short.
I'm getting.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm getting kind of tired over here. I don't want to fall asleep with you guys. Yeah, no, I'm running out of steam, man.
But what I was trying to say before, between 3 people here, and
countless others around the world.
Evie messaged me on Discord and said, "I apologized. I'm done. That so let's see, Evie."
Well.
So I mean, if that's, I'm saying for the 3 of us personally, I think we can say we did something, right?
Well, I
We've
mean,
done something tonight.
I think at the very least, you know that I'm not throwing any shade your way. I'm certainly not sending anybody your way to cause you problems, or at least I would hope
Yeah,
by this point you know that.
yeah. You know I'm not doing that.
No,
I knew
no. I
you weren't
mean,
doing that though. I figured you weren't doing that the whole time.
no.
At least not on purpose.
Well, and I
But
knew
you know,
you.
there's always those people.
Yeah, and I
But
knew.
now I'm gonna make a conscious effort to make sure, like, hey, don't. You know what I mean? Like, if I have a problem with someone, don't go. Or not
Yeah.
even me personally. If
Now,
anybody has a problem with anybody, don't be an instigator.
and I'm being
'Cause
honest. And if Evie's
that's a
still,
perfect opportunity for a troll. If people are fighting, is to
and
fucking make it look like.
yeah, and I'm being honest. It's not um, it's not the easiest thing in the world to just completely let go of that
I understand.
feeling, of that
Believe me,
feeling that has been created, that's come from Evie.
could.
I do very much appreciate that she's made an apology to those guys, which is what was really important. Most of the stuff with me, I couldn't care less.
I mean, there's
But
certain people out of this that I took through their first raid. Not Glenny. I'm not talking about Glenny. That I mentioned him earlier, and
But him too.
that I will. The person I mentioned this person earlier, but certain people I will never talk to again.
yeah,
Just because of the way that they treat people, and that is not okay.
yeah,
in my
there's
opinion.
it's not all
People,
fences are going
when
to be
you
mended,
cross
I
the
don't
line, you
think.
cross the line.
Yeah,
And I mean, everyone's line's in a different place, I guess. But obviously, but
not all fences are going to be mended, but at least it's it is. Who knows? Maybe it's just a little bit of progress, at least to get that cleaned up. And from my
I just want this. We don't even have to play together. I just want it to be a community. Like rating and streaming, it's a community. There's no reason to be like tearing the limited viewer base we have in half and making them feel like they. No, I know there's a lot of people that watch all of our channels, but there's some people who stopped watching one or the other because of shit that has gone on. Definitely, and there's no reason. Rating and I mean, streaming is a community too, and we should all be just supporting each other.
And by the way, I just like to say, if you're ever on Twitch and you want to stop by Rob C762,
couldn't even get through.
Oh, that was funny.
Without
that's joke. I can't have jokes. I can't have jokes.
No, you can't have cheap plugs.
I can. I just did.
Without a hashtag cheap plug incoming. But all right, Papa.
Yeah.
Where's Walt?
Now that we've completely disingenuized your stream.
Yeah, no, it's not that. I don't give a shit about that at all. But
I know, I'm joking.
it's no, I know you are. I know you're kidding. But it's not that. It's just for me, it's just if I don't wake up every morning to a handful of messages or comments or whatever else or Evie or
well, read them first, because I leave messages in a row when I get passionate about something, but they're not necessarily always bad. So.
Well, you know what I mean, though. My point is,
yeah, I do.
Yeah, because and like I said, I mean, I've never had you would come on my thing and attack my videos or whatever, and I've never attacked your videos. If we've had a discussion, if anything.
I mean, I just attacked your video today.
Well, I was trying to.
I'm gonna start attacking Bateman's videos.
I was kind of trying to would.
But only ones that I'm in.
But no, I understand what you're saying, Papa, and
the fun part today was no, he called me Papa. The fun part today was hearing Rob trying to get all froggy over there. That was kind of the fun part for me today. I enjoyed that part.
Rob, you got really loud and mad for a minute.
Rob,
well, you don't fake news me. I told y'all.
He didn't. Though.
It is what it is.
I was saying it as a joke. I didn't think it would get you that riled, though. Holy fuck.
Yeah, Rob was feeling himself today. He was getting a little froggy there, but
I was even giggling when I said it. That's probably what pissed him off, because he thought it was you, and I was giggling.
Yeah.
He's fake news me and laughing.
I just, again, that's the only thing. And then otherwise than that is just, that's the only triggers for me, is just the the posts that come from there, which you have no control over. I'm just telling you what hot buttons are for us, or at least for what I know from my group, are the posts that come from Evie, which you have no control over. That's up to her if she decides what she's going to do with it. And then the only other thing is just we really enjoy our Cerberus. Stop picking on it. Stop calling it a damn crutch. I would ask.
I'll call it whatever I want. It looks like a crutch. Okay.
I would ask as a favor.
I will do my best.
I would ask a favor to just
But you're not stopping me from making canon memes. You're not You're not taking away my canon memes.
You can make canon memes. You can honestly you can do whatever you want to. I'm just asking.
The thing is a beast. That's the whole point of the canon meme. That's
yes.
all. The M82,000. That's all. It's a compliment to the gun, if anything.
The guys. No doubt.
One of the things I was going to put on one of the pictures was Ubi's next raid weapon or something like that.
Can I clarify something too, by the way? That's gonna be a hot subject by the time we're done with it, but I'm gonna try to clarify it. When I posted that video today, part of the reason why I posted it, I understand that a lot of what you posted, where you were posting single bullet damage numbers, you were showing that the M82 Cerberus by itself, without any hot rounds, without anything else, already does more damage than what most of the DMR glitch guns did back in the day.
Right.
Out of the box, numbers.
Comparing rate of fire or
not complaining rate of fire, anything else, just looking at pure one bullet damage. The numbers were stronger in the case of the Cerberus than they were with the other gun. The reason that I posted the video that I posted was to simply say that even if the numbers were higher now, it didn't make a difference because it takes longer to kill and more shots.
And what I got mad about was your title, and here we go with the titles again.
I'll talk when you're finished, Kat. I'll let you go. Kat,
go ahead.
I'll just wait until you're finished.
I always do it.
No, but that was the whole thing. It's just that that was where my comparison was coming from.
All right, so you're done making your point? Jeez.
Well, almost.
You made me feel bad.
It's still fun to throw it out there. That was my whole point, though, for making the post, was that I just wanted to say, like, I just want to remind everybody, this is what a DMR glitch looks like. And so when you talk about the Cerberus being very similar to the DMR glitch, or having a similar damage to the DMR glitch, or all these other things, you're not saying specifically this is just like the DMR glitch. Using this gun is exactly like using the DMR glitch. But you're kind of
I wasn't even calling it a glitch.
No, but it was an inference or an inference that it was very similar damage output wise.
I was making a title that plays well with the views because DMR glitch breakpoint is one of the hottest searched things on breakpoint, and I was making a point that it did more damage than the guns did.
Has anybody used the team of M82s on a regular raid?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, I mean, if we're going to compare apples to apples, right?
Here we go. It's fucking
No. I'm just saying, if we're comparing apples to apples, what does it look? I haven't even seen it, so I don't know. A squad of sharpshooters using the M82. I don't have a Cerberus.
I'll use it, and you'll notice the difference.
Like, but what I'm saying is, I was just wondering what does the damage look like in a regular difficulty raid?
I can show you. It just takes a minute.
If there was no critical difficulty raid, I'd probably be calling this gun broken completely. Yes. If it weren't for the critical difficulty raid, I would be much more critical of the nerf, or the buff, I mean. Much more critical of it. Because it makes the bosses irrelevant at that point. You can one-phase supercomputer with, I think...
So is the rate... In a regular raid, is the damage output about? I'm just asking, not trying to get anybody fired up, but I've got to ask the question.
Raid, we can
in a regular raid, is it similar damage output to the DMRs?
No. I mean, it has a high rate of fire,
I don't know.
It's not like shooting a 5.53 Scout. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, if you were using a lower rate of fire gun, then definitely, yeah, similar. If you were glitching out, but nobody was glitching out sniper rifles. That's why they called it the DMR glitch.
No, that's true.
But, I mean, you can kill supercomputer just as fast. I mean, because that's a matter of, it doesn't matter how long you take because you still have to open it and you only have a certain amount of time to kill it. But, Cerberus, well, put it this way. How many world record times did you guys or the guys on computer set for single boss fights using M82 Cerberus?
Oh, we don't even pay attention to that shit. Haven't you watched any of our videos?
I know.
I've seen
a couple
crazy.
world record. Well, I'm saying I've seen a couple world record boss single boss kill times with the M82 Cerberus. That's all. I mean, we didn't have world records with times. Nobody did single boss fight times with the DMR glitch, obviously.
Rob,
so
if you go to my channel,
Rob,
you go back a month. If you go to my channel, and go back a month. There is a couple M82 only Cerberus, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint Wild Bunch. That's 3 minutes 55 seconds long. There's looks like a supercomputer one that's 4 minutes long.
Yeah. I remember that video.
And there's also a Cerberus fun. Yeah, wait, M82 Cerberus fun. Looks like we're fighting the boss there too. It's about a month ago, so it's down. It's down quite a few pages from there. But it'll say M82 only computer Tom Clancy Ghost Recon run, and so you'll see it the same thing too with like I don't even know where we're fighting the other one. But there's a couple in there, so you can actually see what. Because I think we did it on purpose. We went in and did Cerberus only, a couple of Cerberus only kills on different things just to see what it would do.
Excuse me.
And it wrecked. I mean, it hit hard, no doubt about it. 4 Cerberuses on supercomputer hit hard. It's not.
Yeah.
It certainly wasn't. It wasn't DMR hard, but it was hard.
Honestly, it depends on how accurate you are because if you, I can't. I don't know if it's my controller or what. I can't shoot it as fast as you guys all do. I think it's just because I have my controller triggers set up so that they trigger at 50% push down, so it kind of. But anyway,
I have
shortened people.
I have a shortened trigger too.
Yep. Are y'all saying y'all got hackers?
Yeah.
I have an Astro C40. It's got a hair trigger on it. You can adjust.
You freaking hackers.
Yep.
Rob, you have an Astro C40. You have a PS5. Go fuck yourself. You're gonna load in fast.
I got an Astro C40 too. I was joking.
I know. But, I have a Nikon. But still, yeah, same thing. It just won't shoot as fast for some reason. I don't know why. It's not trigger stops. It's just you can still push the trigger down further, but at 50% is when it registers. So. P.S. If anybody finds a PS5 and isn't buying it for themselves and has money, buy it. I will buy it off of you. I'll even give you an extra $50 for doing it, and I'll pay for shipping.
Nate, you're saying in a normal raid you can possibly skip all mechanics by using that gun?
Supercomputer, yeah. What's he saying?
It's a nerfed DMR, I think.
Well, nerfed DMR would not be the term I would use.
No, this is what Nate's saying.
It's equivalent to if someone were to actually it's a little bit more damage than if someone were to DMR glitch a sniper rifle back in the day. But nobody did that because we were able to
actually
DMR glitch Really good guns.
Yeah, I did actually, because I really liked my sniper rifle, so I glitched. I did it back in the day.
Well, I'm not saying nobody did it, but I mean, like,
the vast majority did DMRs.
It wasn't a popular thing to do, for sure.
Most people did DMRs, so.
Well, I did it with both. Why not?
So Nate's saying that you can walk in and not even hit the gas or do anything, skip the mechanics altogether, and single phase a supercomputer on regular difficulty.
On regular. We almost did it with only two people using it and 2 people using M4A1s the other night, and they were both newer raiders.
We can almost do that on a regular raid without the M82s, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we can almost one phase regular raid.
We did kill East the first time with 2 people using the M82, and we got north to the white bar and south.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Bar. Nate's jumping in all of a sudden with and Nate, the way that it's coming across, the way you're saying that, I'm saying you said that I said that it's not as powerful as a DMR glitch, but it does hit super hard. You said, yeah, it hits super hard, but to compare it to a DMR glitch, you got to be a fucking idiot to compare it exactly to it, one to the other. Because if you watched it, but if he's going to come that hard in the middle of the chat when we've had this great conversation,
I just have people on my channel that
jump in and say that.
So
if you compare it, well, I'm saying it.
Calling people that you've never talked to before,
I will say it absolutely. Go take a look at my video. I've got a video of me going in Cerberus with the DMR glitch and smashing the shit out of it. Nate used the shit out of the DMR glitch. All of us did. And he could shoot it. I was using a G36C with a DMR glitch attached to it. If you use that gun...
What's the G36C different than a...
It's super accurate, dude. That gun doesn't move, man. That gun does not.
And it fires super fast, too, right?
Oh,
and
fast.
It's also
3-round burst.
DMR one?
Fast,
it's also not a sniper rifle.
Yeah, but it was a DMR.
Compared to the 5.53.
That one.
See, I was never as big into the 5.53. But if you go in...
The only thing different from... It does more damage than the DMR glitch did, but it doesn't have the penetration that the DMR glitch did.
But it's you can't compare it.
That's the one thing you can't compare it.
Nate's saying that's a nerf. That's Nate saying that's the reason it's a nerf DMR, but it's not. Let me clarify this. I agree 120% that the Cerberus.
I don't think it's a fair statement to say you can't compare them.
I say that it's 120% exactly the same damage that a DMR for one bullet that a glitch DMR would do. 120%. Without doing anything, it does the same damage that an M14 would have done if it was a glitch DMR. Let's say almost, not really quite, but it was pretty. It was close enough for actually in a raid boss it is the same. But there's no way that you can output that damage from an M82 Cerberus the way that you could have outputted it from a clip on any one of the DMRs.
So what would you say if they released a G36C that did plus 50 damage and then they gave it an extra 60 in boss fights?
So it did on its own? It did what, 110 or something?
No, if they released one, it did. No, the G36C Scout is like 34.
Right.
So it would be, around 110. Or no, it would be like 140.
On its own,
but that's
all
not
by
even
itself?
What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what if they released a gun like that?
That's a little strong now. You're not talking about 140 with a gun that shoots a 3-round burst so fast and so accurate.
Okay, so now you see what I mean. That you can't compare it to the DMR glitch just because you're comparing two different guns. We're comparing it to the DMR glitch.
You're comparing the M82.
Because if you glitched out an M82, it would be not anywhere near as good as the M82 Cerberus.
All right, let me try to put it.
Getting at.
No, I'm with you. Let me try to put it a different way. I have a video.
So I wouldn't say fucking idiot. Just
I have the video that's posted. And you're right. Maybe that's strong language, but you know what? For the first time in this, well, for the first time in this conversation, then at this point, I've gotten heated. Then for the first time in the 3 hours we've been talking, I was triggered by a comment, which you guys have been triggered more than a few times, but. So this was my one time, right?
I mean, what's the point of...
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm trying to say. If you go watch that video that I posted, where I used the DMR glitch with the G36C and I took down Cerberus the way that I took him down, and I beat him up the way I beat him up, go back and try to mimic that.
We did it a couple hundred times each. We know how you did it. We're just saying... We're not saying that it can kill bosses the same way. We're not saying that it is DMR glitch. We're not saying that it does what the DMR glitch does is as far as wreckage. We're just comparing it because there's nothing else to compare it to. There's only other thing that has done that kind of destruction is when we had the DMR glitch.
My point is that if you were to take and we're saying essentially the same thing, but my point is that I'm not. You know what?
You're taking offense to what I'm saying.
No. I'm not expressing or communicating my thought well right now. Is what I'm doing. Poorly. What I'm trying to say is that no, it's been a long day with a lot of conversations with a lot of different people, and this whole topic overall is just. I'm as sick of it as you guys are. Yeah, it's super old, and I'm tired of it. And when somebody jumps in and all of a sudden we've had a great conversation going a certain way, and all of a sudden somebody takes it a different direction all of a sudden in the middle of chat, it just it gets a little bit frustrating after we've been talking about it for 3 hours and sort of gained some ground. I feel like somebody sets me back half an hour or so at least. It just gets a little bit frustrating. But I guess here's what I'm trying to say is that
I'm just trying to convey Nate's
thought. I guess the thought in my head was that if it's I agree with what you're saying in that the power of the gun in a single shot, one single shot, there's nothing else to compare to it except for the DMR. I agree 100%. But I'm saying that to actually be able to use that power is not
I would
possible.
say in a whole boss fight, nothing else compared. I can't compare it to anything else other than the DMR.
I guess
it does wreckage.
It does wreckage. No, it does.
It doesn't do as much.
It does wreckage,
as
but not
DMRs did, or as quickly. But it fucking wrecks.
But I'll tell you this: if you were to go back and watch the video that I showed of me running that DMR today, if you went back and tried to do the same exact thing with that Cerberus,
I've done it 100 times with DMRs.
You're missing the point.
You can't. No, I'm not missing the point. I'm just playing with your head because I got the point a long time ago. I'm telling you, I get you. You're looking at it when you hear DMR glitch. You go to when we were using the G36C and the 553 Scout and the 416 Scout and fucking just literally just pulling Cerberus straight back and fucking boom, 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 down.
What I'm saying, I guess, is this. When somebody tries to tell me that they're going to compare the MA2 Cerberus to the DMR glitch, is to go back in and mimic what I did in that video that I put up today, using the DMR glitch,
that's why
but do it with the Cerberus.
Do
it with the Cerberus. And then,
that's why we say
I'm going to shut up after that.
That's why we say we're comparing it, not saying it's reincarnation of, or it's the exact same thing, or it's fucking. If it did the same thing as DMR glitch, believe you me, I would be fucking lobbying it for it to be nerfed.
If it did the same thing as the DMR glitch, I'd be standing right next to you saying the same thing, because the DMR glitch sucked. It ruined everything. And I'll tell you this, I was even excited that the M82
It was fun for a little while.
It was fun for a little while, but I was even excited that the Cerberus was nerfed in PvP. The Cerberus only does 135 damage in PvP, the same as every other sniper. I was super excited. Yeah, it does 135. When did that happen? It's been like that for a while. Most of the snipers are like that.
Last week, and I wrecked someone with that bitch.
It was 135 when I just was in it the other night. You can look at it right now, actually.
It's possible because I was using the VC16 scope and I just zoomed in on them and wrecked them.
Yeah, you can look
People
at it actually
still cry
right now.
about the digital scope, but the VC16 locks in a lot more.
You can toggle. It's you can toggle the PvP stats if you look at it right now in your inventory. Just hit L3. Go to Gunsmith and hit L3. It'll tell you
can?
Yep. Go right there, right now, and hit L3. It'll tell you that it's in PvP. It does 135 damage, which is here's attack 50. Attack 50.
How much was it doing before
135. That? 135. I don't know. I just know that whenever I.
Is it 135 and then plus 50 damage? Or?
No, it just says 135. Oh. No, because it's 237
no, that's weird
to start.
Because but that's weird because then so you're saying before the perk it's 85 or yeah.
I don't know. It's either way it's they just make sure that the gun is balanced, so they had to take it down to where the other ones are. Here's an M82 Survival.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it might also have the plus 50 on it.
M82 Survival is 135. It doesn't. I've shot people with it. If it had the plus, it would be 135. 135 is enough to almost kill somebody. You have to. They have a sliver. They have just like a sliver left. If it was 185 plus or 135 plus 50%, it would one shot him. It would totally one shot him with no problem.
So hot rounds, sniper rifle rounds don't one-shot body shot.
Yeah, they do.
All the time.
Yeah,
Not all the time.
Yeah, they do.
Not every time.
Every time.
Nope.
Every time I shoot somebody with a hot round, they're dead.
Well, if you shoot them center mass or in the head, yeah. Shoot them in the leg or something.
Oh,
it's not a one-shot body shot. Well, I guess that's not a body shot.
That's not a body
leg shot.
Yeah.
But still, what I'm saying is it's hard to measure in PvP unless you go into private matches anyway, so which I'd be willing to do. I like testing this shit in PvP. I was gonna make a video about the strafe glitch because we were trying to do that, but we sucked at it. But I still couldn't get the digital scope to even lock on. So I don't know why people are so. I mean, they all got mad about the digital scope because that was the only thing that would kill them. People that were doing the strafe.
Yeah, there's people that know about it.
But when you're moving your hitbox, well, the strafe glitch moves the hitbox.
Right.
So when you're moving your hitbox to somewhere where your body isn't, that's cheating.
There's people that run around in circles.
They like to call it a skill gap. Right, and that's what they're doing. They're making you run out of ammo, and then.
At the end of the day, when you run into people that play PvP as much as we play raids, you're fucked. No matter what, it's good night. It's good night.
Well, not if they play fair. You could have a good round.
Yeah, you're still gonna have some.
I mean, you're gonna have a
fucking
fights. Handful.
Oh yeah, no, we've come against some of the guys that are like that. And we've had a handful. We've taken it.
But I feel like in this game there aren't. Most of the clans and pretty much everybody in the top 150 of whatever rankings Ubisoft has are people who cheat or manipulate stats and that's why they're doing these little character bans, which is stupid to me.
PvP, you can even tell as soon as a round starts and you hear somebody shoot, you know they're using they're using the paddles. What the hell's it called? The strike pack. They're getting their strike pack set up as soon as when somebody shoots as soon as they spawn in.
I've told everybody right from the start. I have a strike pack and a Cronus Max Plus. I just can't get the fuckers to work.
The strike pack's super easy to work, but
yeah, no, I know how it works. But when I used it on Destiny and had it working, I like the buttons. But I had it working on Destiny, and I didn't like the perk bonuses that they did.
Yeah, I never enjoyed it either.
They didn't make the game feel better or smoother. I understand why one would use them and how one could get used to them, but I thought I was going to go in there and it was going to be like, oh, all right, rapid fire, aim assist, what's up? And like it was just it. And then I think I put drop shot on there with the sniper, and that fucked. It's hard to get used to when you have drop shot on. You're not expecting it.
Evie, I'm not sure which gun you're saying. It said 187. You can take a look at my screen now, and you can see when I look at the Cerberus.
So
as soon as I toggle PvP
what do you go to PvP stats?
Yeah, you just look at the gun in Gunsmith, and then hit L3, and the toggle PvP stats comes up, and it says 135.
Oh, that's semi-new then, isn't it? That hasn't been there.
I'm not sure if that's been there.
The ability to look at the PvP stats. I mean.
Yeah, it's nice that they have it in there, but it's showing. Yeah, it
now
shows 135.
Now if only they could do something about making stats actually. I don't know. I would love for this raid to have what you call it, the 135 says on here, but
you mentioned
this
something
is plus 50 weapon damage.
You mentioned something too. I don't know if you realize this or not, but you mentioned about the M82 having almost the same fire rate as a G28.
I didn't say G28, but I said it has a high rate of fire. I don't know.
You said you can almost get as close to the G28 in one of your comments or something somewhere. You said that.
Oh, okay.
G28's like 400 rounds a minute, and the M82
I don't
is
remember.
130. I'm just mentioning.
I don't think I ever said anything about the G28, honestly. I think you're confusing me with someone else.
No, you said it. I swear you did.
Dude, I haven't mentioned the G28 gun since.
I think you mentioned it in that video, in that evil video you posted. I think you mentioned it there.
Evil.
I'm gonna call it the evil video. I'm gonna call it the evil video. Yeah, just it's more fun that way.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant that was part of the title. I'm like, now you're really fucking with me.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, that was one that same rate of fire. I would have went by whatever the rate of fire said, so that's probably reflected on the screen or something. Just like always, when you're in the store, all the guns are all of a sudden the same ammo. Maybe it just.
It says the same thing for me, Evie, when I went into PvP. I think I looked at it in my.
It says 135 on mine, but I don't know. I feel like that doesn't count the 50.
I was in.
I don't know why.
War. I could be wrong. I mean, I have a 2-hour stream from yesterday that where I was in PvP. So
there needs to be at the end of the raid, and at the end of every boss fight, and at the end of stats or whatever, or at the end of PvP games, how much damage done.
Be nice if it told you how much kills.
This person did this much damage. This person did this much damage.
Destiny added that for boss fights on the raids.
I know, and it's fucking amazing. But you know how much more data we could get about these guns, just with knowing how much damage we did in a boss fight. Because then I can figure out how many rounds I fired. Then I can figure out how many of those rounds landed. I'd be able to figure out what the frame rate's affecting us versus PC. Be able to figure out a whole bunch of shit.
Evie, I have a stream from yesterday. I'm sorry. I got screens opened all over the place here. I have a stream from yesterday. If you go into that stream from yesterday at 4 minutes and 38 seconds, I go into my inventory and you can see that my M82, it's actually the M82 Survival. Sorry.
So I have a question. Why do you guys do the 2 people on each side of ball? Is that just fucking around?
2 people on each side of ball. There's 2 different versions of that. Which one are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. I just heard you guys talking about it when I popped in yesterday. But and then I saw it in a couple comments. But I've read it on websites too, and I was always like, wow, that is like, because like every website you read from back when the raid came out, that was the recommended way to do it, and I don't remember us ever doing it that way back then.
No, there's 2 different. I mean, we do it totally different. ball method, but there's two different. There's a there's
I
there
wouldn't
was a
recommend it to
there was a
people doing their first ball fight.
no, not even close. But there was a first one was the ping pong method where we would put um basically two
okay, yeah, no, I
kiters
remember that.
and going 12 o'clock back and forth. And then there's
Hmm.
another newer one that they made where two guys grab them and bring them over to the right while the other two guys go in and put rounds into the back of them. And then once the other one guy grabs aggro, then the other guy who's there runs on the other side where the other three are. But it's just much
Is
easier.
Nate still in the chat, or did he
It's much
bounce?
easier just to go behind him and just shoot him, beat up on him.
Nate,
Maybe
if you didn't take or if Rob maybe remembers, do you remember who we saw doing that ball method that we tried yesterday? Was that Mayor and them?
No, I'll check it out, Evie. I'll take a look and see if I go in there and it says 187, that'll be my new baby. Because it's 135 on the other guns.
Yeah, mine says 135 in here.
Yeah, if it says
Wait, what's 187?
She's saying it's 187 inside once you get into PvP.
I thought it was too. When I did PvP that one day, I thought it was something high, and it was only like 2 weeks ago. That's why I asked you when they did it.
Well, they may have made a change at some point. Who knows?
But yeah, fucking
somebody
go
was
wreck.
Yeah,
Because I even asked the PvP player. I asked the PvP player, I'm like, how many people are really complaining about, because he said like, oh yeah, that thing wrecks. I'm like, how many people are complaining about it, like the digital scope? He's like, no, people just still bitch about the digital scope way more. I'm like, wow. Like, get over it.
Yeah,
most people fire third person anyway. Like,
no, not with the snipers. I don't fire it. I fire it down.
Well,
scope.
I mean, most of the time that you get your balls busted for a digital scope, the only way they know is because you have it on like an MP7 or something by accident.
Yeah.
That's when they bust your balls about it. Oh, you digital scope loser. Like, dude.
Is it 185? No shit.
There you go. You learn something new every day, son.
Yeah. Well, I know what my new favorite M8, my new PvP gun is. God damn.
I knew there's no way I killed that guy without a little extra help. All right.
200 health would be, yeah, still, that would put a serious hurt on somebody. Well, I know what I'm using. I know what you're using, Sudden.
Even if you hit them in the leg, like...
Is it wrecking shit, Sudden?
Fuck it.
Yeah, you were right, Evie. Thanks for that. Sudden just confirmed it.
Yeah, he was playing a lot of PvP.
It is 185.
We've been meeting a lot of people from PvP and taking them to their raids and stuff. Getting them involved.
Sudden, is it wrecking, though, is what I'm asking. When you hit somebody with it, is it nasty?
Wrecked them. Damn near killed them. God, I love this dual range.
Alright, well, I don't know what we accomplished, but we're talking about the 185 is the Cerberus, dude. I'm asking you if the Cerberus is wrecking shit in there when you're in PvP. Because you're telling it's 185. The other guns are 135, so if that sniper rifle's 185, it must be wrecking house. Actually, it was kind of funny. I was in PvP the other day, and Doc was watching, and he made a comment because I was actually using the survival, and he was scolding me for using the Cerberus in PvP, and the fuck are you talking about? I was using the survival.
I wanted to try when it was one gun in the raid and the midnight mode.
Yeah.
I wanted to see test the difference between a G28 and a G28 Wolves. Or whatever, the one with night. Might not be G28, maybe something else. But
Oh,
the one with
I hadn't even
nighttime bonuses.
thought about that. Yeah,
That got me excited. And then I forgot to do it.
that's a good idea. I may have to use that next time that
G28 Scout,
happens.
yeah. G28
Yeah.
Scout.
I mean, it
I
doesn't
just,
do shit for
I don't,
damage anyway,
yeah.
but
That's
who
what I'm saying. I
cares?
don't know what it does 49.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
don't
it's
know if
only
it
going
does
to
in
get
boss fights.
so little extra. Who knows then?
And it's your 7.62, so. But you can't fight full auto, but.
Yeah, I don't know. But no, I
Did you
don't.
notice how you could throw different sized bullets?
Yes. My character's locked though and can't throw
I
different
thought that
size
was
bullets
really
until they
interesting.
fix that. So I'm stuck. I'm out of that game. But no, I was saying I don't know what we truly accomplished, other than knowing that we're not sending war parties out after each other. I don't know what we truly accomplished. But
Well, that's a shame.
well, no, because the other issues are still there, and I don't. It's going to take
Well,
time for those to get settled. You know.
I really didn't think that we were going to walk out here with no issues, to be quite honest with you. I didn't have expectations that high, but I mean,
Look at
I
how
just saw
much
Evie.
that gun
I just saw
moves.
Evie and Hildy having a conversation in the chat. Probably.
They're chicks, bro. They're
I don't give
probably
a
talking about
fuck.
shoes, for God's sake.
They were talking about a video about something, but
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kidding, Hildy.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, I have not really had the pleasure to meet Hildy. I don't know Hildy, but
Hildy's awesome. Very
I,
smart.
I
Very
haven't
smart
played
woman.
with Hildy.
Her and Two Wire are
But
very, very smart.
I know Two Wire and I love Two Wire and um, but I'd never. I mean, like, if you don't know what we accomplished and they're sitting there having a conversation, then and you still feel like you don't know what we accomplished, then I think you need to take a bigger inventory, a bigger picture.
Well, no, it's
I
not
mean,
that.
we
It's
won't
not that.
know
It's
the
Hildy.
results of anything until we can.
2 hours been
Uh,
trying to mend that fence forever, dude. So
till we
that's
can
why I'm
have a
saying
couple
that.
weeks between us now. Like, where it's gonna. A month from now, we might know if we accomplished anything here today.
I don't know.
But I feel like I feel like I if I make a joke that offends you, maybe you'll come to me instead of just taking offense to it immediately or something.
It's not. No, it's not even. I don't think you've ever even made a joke that offended me. It's not that. It's just.
Well,
I'm
yes, I
protective.
have.
I'm protective over. Not really. I'm protected over the gun because um,
All right. Well,
I don't want to see it get
if I
nerfed.
say
That's
something in
all.
a video that you don't like, maybe you come talk to me instead of just assuming that I'm saying I want it, like saying I want it nerfed, for example. I don't know if you ever said that, but I know other people did, and I accused me of wanting, like, trying to get it nerfed, and it was never my intention in any way.
I don't know.
But I don't plan on saying anything like that. I'm just saying, like, I mean, yeah, if I make videos or someone else makes videos, there's a chance that Ubisoft is going to see someone's video, but I really doubt at this point they're going to learn anything from it. Or, I mean, they haven't added anything since October to their list of known issues, and their list of known issues is literally a joke.
Yeah, but they also
A
they're
joke. I'm
they
going to make a
also
video of a list of our known issues that we've known, and I know I've told them about.
they've
And
also
it's not
made a
going to
list
be
though.
a.
They
Sorry.
made a list of what's no. They've made a list of what. They've made a list of change. They made a bunch of changes that were not even on that list of stuff that needed to be fixed or whatever.
Well,
So
yeah, they usually do,
who
but
knows?
I'm just saying I'm going to put together that a list of changes that have needed to be made, and I know they've known about for a long time, like the Cerberus they were talking about sound on something, and I've been talking about the sound in the Cerberus boss fight for God knows how long, since it came out.
I'm more worried about what Nate was talking about with the whole
The audio cues,
syringes not
that
working
too.
properly. That sucks.
That is huge, and that's been going on for a while now. But I don't know if they know about that one. I haven't sent that one, and Nate has.
All right, sorry guys, I had a phone call I had to take.
Oh, no wonder why.
I got another phone call.
I wonder why it was quiet.
Yeah, that explains a lot. No, but Nate did post it up there. He put up there about the fact that it was an issue. And I responded to it. I jumped in with it as well too. It'd be nice if they fixed it.
But the audio cues for Cerberus have been broken since the raid came out. They've been slightly off. Now I don't think they are critical, but I'm losing sound completely. I'm losing drone sound. I don't know if you guys have been or anything.
Yeah, we've been losing drone sound.
You can hear them come out, but you can't hear them buzzing.
Yeah, it's
strange. A couple sounds on Gargoyle here and there.
Yeah, there's been some weird shit going on.
I wouldn't say Gargoyle has been freezing a whole lot more lately, but he has been freezing lately.
He did some kind of weird twist for Gamer today. I don't know what he did, but he did something.
Oh, did he come in and turn diagonal?
He said that's what he said. He turned
in the middle.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was describing.
He did that to us the one day. It's diagonal. He instead of like everybody's door corresponding to their corner, turn them 45 degrees. That's how he turns sometimes.
That was fun.
And where I was standing the one time, I'm like, I don't even know what door is mine at this point. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
But, alright.
Alright.
I'm gonna go see if I can at least salvage one raid out of the day.
No, I'm fucking calling it a night.
Alright, have a wonderful night.
Good talk. See you out there.
Take it easy.
No, I appreciate it. At least we got together and tried to.
Yeah, I'm glad you made me join the stream.
Well, it's better than trying to send messages back and forth all day.
Well, I was mad about the forums yesterday, and I unrightfully blamed it on you. I shouldn't have done that.
No, it's good. I'm glad you could take
it
out on me.
I didn't blame it on you. I just held it against you.
Glad you could take it out on me. Because
Rob had a chance. I can't tell you how much time I sit here.
I'm here for you, bud.
I try to follow the Herm Edwards NFL rookie rule of social media, and don't press send. But sometimes you sit here all day and deal with trolls, and it just builds up, and you end up typing something stupid.
Yeah, I've been there.
Everybody has. But all right, I'm joining on someone else, so we don't have a chat party, so I'll probably be gone.
All right, I will catch you later. Guys, good night, man. Thanks for stopping by again.
All right, I'm back again.
We're leaving.
We're leaving.
Well, good. Kick rocks then. I don't like you people anyway.
It's all you.
All right, later.
Later, boys. Guys, for anybody that stuck out through all that chat, thank you for hanging out with it. Hopefully, and obviously Hildy and 2R, thanks a lot for being there to kind of keep things under control. I can't honestly even tell you what happened with part of that chat, but appreciate everybody checking it out or checks us out in the future. Hopefully it did wear me out, but hopefully it helped somebody, and hopefully it calms, some of the waters a little bit, but we'll see. Look forward to it. If not, for everybody, Merry Christmas too. Happy holidays. I'm going to end the stream there, but thanks again for jumping in. Good night, guys.